Foot fault. Out. Ábrela ya la prima, veloce, Silverito. E dopo qua è la mobilità. Bravo. Fare la pala ataco? Pala ataco, dale una pala corta y volea. Una al derecho y una al revés. Que te doy yo, le paso.
Here we go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of myself. That's good, yeah, got that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is 222. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 222. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 3, 2, 1. 333, 333. Hey, hey, hey. This is 333. Okay, coin toss. This is the coin toss, coin toss. All right. Do you want to give Nat a call? I think I can see her. Possibly. She might be up there. Back up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hey, come on, come on, come on. Hello. Hello, hello. I got myself. I heard you for a moment here. Okay.
Hello, Natalie.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
We were just discussing that I'm starting earlier and earlier today, these days.
Oh.
So, you know,
Oh.
didn't expect you to be up there yet. It would have been understandable.
Been here since 8 o'clock.
Got you there? Yeah. Here's my talk back.
Because that's what time we come in. It's all right. Tomorrow I start evenings.
Evenings?
Oh, Pete. Yeah. The other Pete. Yes. Oh. Okay.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, sure thing.
Hey, come to, come to, come to. I got you there. Heard Adrian for a second. Ah, yeah. There he goes. Copy, copy. And come 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got you there.
5, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unswitched, unswitched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2. Umpire main. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Umpire unswitched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1.
igual, así.
Foot fault. Good morning and a warm welcome to the Rod Laver Arena for the middle Saturday here of the opening major of the year, of course, the Australian Open at Melbourne Park. And we have what should be an excellent order of play in store for you today. Kicking off with the 30th seed from the Czech Republic, Karolina Pliskova will be taking on Varvara Gracheva, and will be followed by Camilla Giorgi, the Italian, the hard-hitting Italian, to tackle the 12th seed, Belinda Bencic. And then the Australian, Alex de Minaur, carrying home hopes alongside Alexei Popper in today. Both in action. De Minaur will meet Benjamin Bonzi. The 3 matches taking place in today's day session. Wonderful order of play, wonderful weather as well that have greeted us here this weekend. Temperatures going to be pretty cool by the summer standards. Ideal really in many ways as we take a look around the grounds. The Kia Arena, of course, on the left-hand side, had some wonderful tennis over there yesterday. Really does create a great atmosphere. One of the best courts I think we have on site here this year. And it was pumping yesterday afternoon with Cam Norrie's 5-set defeat in the end. Margaret Court Arena, just on the right-hand side of shot, of course, with the brown-coloured roofs. Great matches over there today as well. We are heading towards the second week, of course, the pressure growing. And for this lady looking to break some new ground in her career, Varvara Gracheva, who has yet to reach the run of 16 at a major, has had a number of third-round showings, but could today be her day? She's looked mightily impressive to this point in terms of the victories she's had. She'll need to be good today because Karolina Pliskova, of course, there she is, the opposition, the former world #1, who's had a very impressive career. Only thing missing in many ways is winning a major. It's come close on a couple of occasions, 2 finals. This will be a good contest, and you have to say this bottom half of the draw is wide open. There is not a major champion in the bottom half. 5 in the top half, but not a single major winner in the bottom half in singles. So there's a massive opportunity for someone here to try and step up and really make something happen. Put together a special run down here in Melbourne. She's going to be playing a major for the 28th time. Always been one of the more laid-back characters on the women's tour. Pretty almost laconic personality in many ways. Had some injury problems, didn't see her here last year. A hand issue that kept her away from the Australian summer, so back here for the first time in a couple of years. Certainly know that she has the game to cause some damage, especially when the conditions get a little lively. Can really dominate with her serve when it's on. Make life extremely difficult. Some other matches to look forward to today. In the night session, Grigor Dimitrov will tackle Novak Djokovic. Some of the standout contests, Andrei Rublev will meet Dan Evans. And then over on MCA, Arina Sabalenka will tackle Elise Mertens, 2 players who are good friends. They won the doubles here a couple of years ago. That'll be a fun one. In the 3rd round, Sabalenka. The event in Adelaide just a couple of weeks ago looked to be game looked to be in very good working order over there, and nothing to suggest anything has changed into this particular fortnight. Who can forget Andy Murray, who will headline the night session action over on the MCA? Surely he can't do it again after 10 hours of tennis just to reach the 3rd round lead. Former world #1. Walk down the famous tunnel here, the wall of great champions that have all enjoyed success here over the years. Some of the game's all-time greats graced the Rod Laver Arena and walked away with one of the most prized assets in tennis. Last year, perhaps one of the greatest stories ever, with Ash Barty's incredible success.
Day 6, and it's women's singles third round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, Varvara Gracheva. And her opponent this morning from the Czech Republic, please welcome Karolina Pliskova.
Very familiar with the big stages is Pliskova. She's played on this court on numerous occasions. Former semi-finalist at Melbourne Park. She knows she has the tools to make life difficult. As we confirm the draw, what a run for Katie Collins, the American qualifier. Could have been over in the first round.
Today, and after the toss, we will pick up facing this way, okay?
She continued her form. These players have looked very good so far with their opening couple of wins, particularly Gracheva. Look at some of the numbers. She has been dominant. Started with the win over Kazakina.
Hello, morning. Meredith doing the coin toss. After the toss, picture facing this way, okay? Not much to say. Second position as the previous rounds. I suggest for your towels is blue and red. Blue for you. You take the red box, okay? Do you have any questions? No questions? Okay, it's AO or Ken Roosevelt? AO. AO, you can toss it, Meredith. Very good. Yeah, have a look. AO, you choose. Serve, you stay, and the picture this way, please. Facing this way. Yeah, in the middle.
Coin wanted out of the arena, didn't it? And it wasn't going to stop for a while.
Thank you, Meredith. Well done.
We are good to go for the first of the day session matches. First meeting between these two players as well. And a big opportunity for this lady to reach the second week of a major for the first time and do some serious damage to her ranking in terms of the position that she could find herself if she can win today. This would be a sizable jump. He actually comes in here this week ranked 97, but if you take a look at the live ranking, she would win today. She would push herself up around just outside the world's top 60, and that would most definitely open a few doors for the rest of the year in terms of what events she can play going forward. So it's obviously a big match for her in more ways than one today. Actually has played well at the majors. If you look at her record, this is her 5th time reaching the 3rd round of a major for Gracheva, but hasn't done too much outside of that on the main tour, so has tended to play her best at the biggest events. Based in the south of France now, in Cannes, has been there for a few years. To really make too much of an impression against the very best players in the world, and that is something that she is going to have to do today. Here's Pliskova, age 30 now. Some injury problems last year, as you mentioned, a hand problem that kept her out of this particular event. Didn't start her year until after the Australian summer. Twice a runner-up at a major. 2016 US Open and the 2021 Wimbledon, of course, where she ended up being beaten by Ash Barty in the final. 10 major quarterfinals on her CV, and a mark of just how often she's found herself deep in these events. 4 semi-finals as well to go with it.
2 minutes.
This is going to be an interesting one because certainly if you look at the matchup, both players hit a big ball. Pliskova obviously hits the ball a little bit flatter than some of the opponents Gracheva will have faced so far. The win predictor firmly in favour of the Czech. Very little wind around. That's one feature that of the conditions that has disappeared today. We had a bit of wind yesterday that certainly played its part on some of the outside courts in particular. And of course, the previous couple of days were a little inclement. So, to be honest, it's almost perfect for the players here this morning. Nice warm welcome for the world number one, the former world number one. 8 weeks Pliskova spent at the top of the rankings penthouse.
1 minute.
So Karolina Pliskova, whose ranking has dropped to a position she hasn't actually found herself in for almost 8 years. Being outside the world's top 30, that's a position that she's not accustomed to.
30 seconds.
A player who has so much experience in the bank, so much to call upon. Could this be the year that she finally gets her hands on a major? Back with her old coach, Sasha Bayin, someone who she's worked with a couple of seasons ago. Got together at the back end of last year, once again getting the band back together to try and get a little bit more out of Karolina's career. Perhaps the only piece of the puzzle missing. Just to make something happen at one of the biggest 4 events on the calendar.
Gracheva to serve. Ready? Play.
So Gracheva to get this one underway.
Fifteen.
Well, if you look through the first couple of rounds, just purely in numbers, she's hit 46 winners as Gracheva through the first 2 wins. One of those a victory over Daria Kasatkina. We did admit that she didn't deal with the delay particularly well. Wasn't in a particularly good headspace going into that first rounder. Cool conditions in the end as well. Gracheva was the one that coped with those conditions significantly better. Chanda Rubin is alongside myself, Nick Lester. What are we expecting today here, Chanda? A big day for Gracheva in terms of trying to break new ground in her career.
Yeah, I think that it has made her very hungry, very opportunistic. She comes out with a lot of energy in her matches, the first couple of rounds, seeing those opportunities and taking advantage. That win over Kasatkina, it's a big confidence booster. what's so important in this type of match. You know, kind of a ramp up in terms of the stage, the player. Even though Kasatkina was a higher seed, Karolina Pliskova, major champion, excuse me, major finalist, former world #1, just feels like a little bit of a bigger match, especially here in the third round.
It's a decent purchase on the first delivery.
First game.
She's off to a good start.
And that's always so crucial to get that first game on the board, especially on serve. You just feel like you can settle into the match a little bit more. And consider the resume of Karolina Pliskova, and along with that, just how big she can hit the ball, the weapons that she has in her arsenal. Definitely is a step up for Gracheva to contend with if Pliskova plays anywhere near her best.
Yeah, this is fairly unfamiliar territory, isn't it, for Pliskova in terms of where she is in the world rankings? How does that affect your mindset? You've been on tour 12, 13 years, Chandler, you're 30 in the world all of a sudden. Is it a case of, that's not where I want to be, or is it a bit of a wake-up call for her, do you think?
I feel like last year was a bit of that for Pliskova as she kind of fell down the ranks.
She's made it. What an extraordinary get.
Tremendous effort from Pliskova just at the last moment, getting her racket under that ball. Good feel to flick it up the line, right into the corner. But I think, you know, for Pliskova, you look at her last year, not being able to play here, having that hand injury, coming off the off season. That's a real disappointment when you can't start the year the way you planned. She's been so good for so long, 6 years or so inside the top 10 continuously, got to #1 in the world, middle of that time frame. And so it's almost like you have to do a reset. This is new territory for her, trying to get back up the ranks and find, you know, a different kind of motivation.
How hard is it, Chandler, to keep it going, to keep the day in, day out?
30, 50.
Grind might be a wrong word, but you've obviously done it. How hard is it when you've been on tour as long as she has, just to get yourself up for every week?
Yeah, I think it's a challenge for every player at a certain point. Year in and year out, month in, month out, week in and week out, you've got to find different ways to bring a little excitement, different energy. For some players, that happens in the off season. They approach it a little differently. They try to change it up. Maybe they spend that time in a different place, a different location. You know, for some, they maybe add someone to their team. I mean, there's different ways you've got to approach it depending on where you are at that stage in your career. Look at Pliskova, and she's a pretty cool customer out there. You don't see a lot of emotion over the course of a match, but there were times last year, as we see her team, her husband on the right, there were times where just the body language seemed like she didn't really want to be out there. It was just a drag for her in trying to get through some of these matches.
He has such a laconic personality, isn't she? Just, you know, it doesn't look like a whole lot bothers her off the court. I don't know if that's the case necessarily, how that translates on the court, but certainly pretty laid-back character.
Yeah, and sometimes that can make it a little harder when you're trying to kind of push back up into the territory where you feel like you should be. You feel like you belong. So it's been a little bit of a journey for Pliskova the last 12 months or so. But, you know, here she is. Started rounding into some good form.
Amazing CV this lady has, because in all honesty, she hasn't done a whole lot on the regular tour, but when it comes to the majors, she's actually been pretty consistent. And I mean that with the greatest respect when I say she hasn't done a whole lot, but hasn't made a huge impression, has she, on the main tour, and yet this is her 5th third round at a major, which is a decent level of consistency for a player ranked just inside the top 100.
Part of that with Gracheva is, you know, she's got a solid game.
15-30.
You look at her play, there's no clear weakness that stands out. She plays solidly from the ground. She competes nicely. A good mover around the court. But this is where you have to try to find ways to get that breakthrough. And trying to get inside the top 50, she's been just outside of it. High was 59. It's kind of perpetually been just inside that top 100. She does get you into the main draws, these Grand Slams.
One of the flatter forehands on the women's tour, isn't it?
30,
There's not a lot of spin to it. It's the ability to really get the ball through the court in conditions that are favourable. Kazakina was actually the very first win over a top 10 player.
Tried Gracheva to get that little extra angle on the forehand and just covered it too much. But nice defense by Pliskova. Keep herself in that rally. Keep the ball deep. Give herself another break point.
Spun much.
One of the things Gracheva is doing early here in this match is just getting Pliskova moving, not allowing Pliskova to hit as often on balance, and certainly trying to hold on to her serve here. That is going to be key over the course of this encounter.
Advantage. Gracheva.
I feel a lot of this match might all come down to how well she defends her second serve. Because we know that Pliskova is going to try and dictate off that.
Pliskova is a first strike player, and so when she can get that advantage, it is very difficult to turn the tables.
Advantage, Pliskova.
Very nearly got lucky again.
Use.
The fact she's based in the south of France, has been there for a long time. Actually moved to Germany as a youngster to train there as well. So she's been in different parts of Europe, trying to hone her skills, find the best place for her. Again, Pliskova being forced to cover a lot of ground in these early stages.
This is always an interesting time of the match. The two players who haven't played each other before, just trying to kind of fence for positioning, trying to figure out what inroads they can create, the favorite shots, and even on the day, how well that player is playing. Gracheva right now, she is holding her own.
Good start. How much homework did you do when you hadn't played someone before? Or how much did you like to do, or if you're playing someone for the first time?
Well, I usually left that up to my coach. I mean, there's a lot more information now that you can, find than when I played. I mean, you can go YouTube and find, all sorts of video. Sometimes, obviously a third round match, coach would have had an opportunity to do a little scouting, to watch the previous matches, because I think that's really what matters more anyway, how that player is sort of playing more recently.
Introduction of data analysis in the sport has taken off, hasn't it, in the last few years? It's become, you can do some deep diving into the numbers if you so wish.
It can sometimes be too much information, but it is there.
Yeah. So patience the key for Pliskova, who does secure an early break. Good start for the Czech. He's up 2-1.
You know, one of the occasions I remember more clearly about using that kind of data was after playing Serena. First time I played her, you know, I mean, everybody at that point you knew Serena and what she could do and serve and all of that, but you know, really pinpointing some of the tendencies that a player has, and you know, on break points or on deuce points, where would she go most often on the serve, and having some of that data really comes in handy when you're trying to kind of figure out or guess in real time. You can have just a little help in picking which side you cover. That can really go a long way, and it definitely helped the next time I played her. Didn't often use that much data, but it definitely came in handy.
Thank you. Time.
Still only 22 years of age is Varvara Gracheva, so certainly in the early stages of her career. Lost early in both warm-up weeks in the qualifying of Auckland and Hobart.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Take a seat. $15.
Where do we put this serve in recent times in terms of how good and effective it's been, Chandra, in the women's game? If you took the last 20 years, it's probably one of the best, isn't it?
Definitely one of the top 3 or so.
What makes it so effective?
It's fast. it's big, and she can hit it to the different areas of the box. She can mix it up. I think the trajectory of that serve, you know, she's got good height, Pliskova does, and so it's coming down at you, makes it more difficult to read. Used to feel that way returning Venus Williams serve. It was coming like from a tree, and it was difficult to pick it up. That's a perfect service game. After battling to get the break, Pliskova consolidates. Very little trouble.
Blew away Yulia Putintseva in the previous round. Was actually up 6-love, 2-love before it got a little more complicated. 11 and 5.
I think those are the kinds of service games for Pliskova that help build her confidence. You know, that is kind of reverting to her norms, where she gets some free points on serve, where she can hold serve very cleanly. For a top player who's working their way back up the ranks, that's kind of what you search for. The usual feeling that you had at times when you were playing your best and when you felt your most comfortable and confident.
shape to that second serve, didn't she?
15 on.
Ball moving away from the check.
This becomes an even bigger game for Gracheva. Just try to hang in this set. Just keep herself within distance, touching distance here. A little pressure in this match, holding serve.
Interesting adjustment, wasn't it? Because she actually took a step back by about a foot to return the second serve, gave herself more time, and suddenly was ahead in the point.
And midway through that point, moved up nicely, recovering and taking away space. Last forehand, just cut it off slightly, allowed her more angle. She keeps good depth on her shots, Gracheva, and seems, for the most part, to be handling the pace and the depth from Pliskova. Down a break, but still keeping herself in this.
Again, Gracheva.
And the second ace seals her second game of this third round match. Pliskova leads by a break. Certainly has had the benefit of playing on a few big stages despite her relatively young age, by dint of some good wins at the majors, which will obviously be of help today.
I was surprised to read as well that Gracheva, she's lost the fewest games getting to this third round stage of anybody in the draw, and I wouldn't have necessarily expected that. Of course, it goes by the strength of draw along with other things, but she seems to be pretty comfortable in, you know, those early stages of majors, you know, as you pointed to. Can she get that belief to kind of jump, you know, to this sort of next step?
Absolutely.
Time.
Some huge opportunities in this bottom half of the draw. One player is guaranteed a shot at winning a major in the final for the very first time. We know that in the bottom section, not having a single Grand Slam winner in it in singles, so someone will look to try and take their chance.
15 up.
Jabeur obviously having gone out as well, the 2 seed here. return serves in these early stages. 50% return, first and second combined.
$30-15.
Just looking to try and force the issue a little too aggressively.
Okay, please go on.
Just dictating proceedings from the middle of the court, giving Gracheva a run around.
Pliskova leads 4-2.
It also seems like Pliskova is just taking on the challenge of having to hit 1 or 2 extra balls in some of these rallies. Gracheva's a good mover. She's been able to get behind some of these shots from Pliskova. And she's not panicking, Pliskova. Taking her time. She's got decent numbers in terms of her winners to unforced errors. Just staying slightly ahead of her opponent, and it is working so far. And sometimes Pliskova has been able to rush that side of Gracheva's, that forehand side, just a little bit more. Did it that time with pace, a little bit of depth.
Sort of feel that given the conditions, when the ball does flop up a little bit here, that actually it does kind of help the flatter hitters, doesn't it, a little bit? If it's not taking tons of spin, if it's a bit heavier, the flatter hitters won't feel that quite as much, Chandra, you wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, they can still hit through the court a little bit easier.
Was awkward. Just going to look a touch uncomfortable for once. A long time since Pliskova won a title, the longest dry spell in her career. Over 3 years now since she won on the main tour. Brisbane in the summer of 2020, the last title.
$40-15.
And you consider the previous year, 2019, had 4 titles over the course of the year. That led the tour, along with Barty that year. Interesting for Pliskova the last 2 or 3 seasons now.
Some good work. Pliskova not making the space for the return. Krejcikova staying in touch in this opening set.
Pliskova leads 4 games to 3.
Is that a race stretch he's asking for there? Somebody else for something.
Krejcikova came to play. She has held her ground. One loss of her serve after a long, hard-fought game. Can she recover and try to generate some break opportunities? So far, Pliskova has been unwilling on her home service games.
Time.
Rod Laver Arena beginning to fill up slowly but surely on this middle weekend of the Australian Open. What a first week it's been. This field has been electric, particularly on some of the outside courts. Buzzing.
Love 15.
I just kind of missed that one completely. So often think of professional players as always watching the ball, but every now and then it gets away from even the best.
It's always encouraging to see, John.
30-15.
See the difference the new balls make, can't you, as well? And whether that was a case on the previous serve, just didn't quite anticipate the extra pace.
Forty, 15. Pliskova.
Another very comfortable hold.
Pliskova leads
Check.
5 games to 3.
Game away from this opening set.
We'll talk about Krejcikova and trying to make another breakthrough in her career, get inside the top 50. Has been inside the top 100 now for a few seasons. These are the types of matches that help get you there.
Actually, if you look at the pure numbers so far, one of the biggest challenges she's had is actually getting looks at second serves, because Pliskova's serving at almost 80% first serves right now, so she's not getting too many opportunities to get ahead in the rally.
I think she's also spending a lot of time, a lot of effort trying to hold her own serve. I mean, there have been some long, drawn-out games, and it just doesn't give you as much attention and energy to bring to breaking serve. First couple of points, you may still be recovering, and then she's down love 30. This is a different kind of physical match against a player like Pliskova, who hits with pace and depth, and every ball from forehand and backhand It's coming at you that way. And you know so well, Nick, every match has its own pacing, and the experience you get from playing different types of opponents, and opponents that can really generate pace, different pacing as well.
It's a good serve against Pliskova, isn't it? If you've got the pace. She's got long levers. If you go into her body, it's not as comfortable for her. Full credit to Gracheva, who clings on and still has some hope here in this opening set. Pliskova, though, will try and shut the gates at 5-4.
Time.
Crowds filing in once more. Bit of paddle as well being played there. Of course, they've erected a paddle court on one of the entrances, so people can get a good look at that sport. Pliskova here, though. And serve there on his first set.
Net for serve. Second.
Such a clean ball striker, Pliskova. Contact point, consistent so often. When she connects, difficult to turn the point around. It's never easy closing out sets, closing out matches, and there's always just that little additional tension that comes into play. Not as easy to maintain the focus thinking about that finish line. Comfortable with the drive volley. Very comfortable on the front foot. There's
has been the case throughout the course of her career. Two first serves that she's actually missed all match to the ad side. A bit of a look for her opponent. But not much of one.
40-15.
Very potent second delivery. Set points here for the former semi-finalist.
Fold.
Overwhelmed her opposition with pace and precision, did Karolina Pliskova in that opening set. Not much in it in truth, 43 minutes. It's the 30th seed that leads 6-4. Just the sort of set she likes to play, Chandler.
I can't get a whole lot better than that. I mean, very clean on her serve for Pliskova. Good percentage of first serves in, and won a high percentage behind the first serves. That's even more critical. Good percentage in terms of winners to unforced, good differential there. And, you know, every opportunity was able to take advantage. That one break point, that was key, and it allowed Pliskova to relax even more on her serve and really not look back in that first set. Saw some good gets from Pliskova during that first set. Gracheva, she was impressive the way she held her ground, the way she pushed Pliskova, extended some of these rallies, but the clean hitting, ball striking, the pace and depth from Pliskova, often that got Gracheva on her heels. And once Pliskova was in that position, she didn't often let up. Forehand was firing. Backhand is always a weapon. And when that serve is going, there's just not many places for an opponent to go to.
Plenty of places in Melbourne to go to, if that's what you'd like to do, especially on a day like today.
Quickly, please. Thank you.
In the middle of summer, beautiful part of the world to be in. Gracheva here has come out to the wrong end. And, well, there haven't been too many rule changes in this sport in recent years, have there? I don't think that's going to be another one, Sean.
She's so focused and in the moment, perhaps.
Oh, there we go. That's okay.
Second set.
Just give seeing the funny side of it. So work to be done for the world number 97 here. This is obviously a key component of Pliskova, and you can see there, China, the numbers lopsided in terms of just how early she's taking it.
Yeah, so often, 25% of the time, Pliskova is inside the baseline, so she's able to dictate, control the tempo. I think Gracheva is very comfortable behind the baseline and getting more balls back, but against this type of opponent who's looking to take ground, she's got to try to push forward, at least stay a little closer to that baseline as often as possible.
15-30.
Oh, that's so delicately done. Magnificent feel from Karolina Pliskova.
Well, just in case you were thinking Pliskova is just one-dimensional, she has nice feel. She has that ability to hit the delicate shot, and this was just perfectly timed. Did an excellent job getting up to that drop shot, then did something with it.
She continues to strike the ball very cleanly. She gets ahead by a set and a break here.
You saw Pliskova smiling at the end of the first set, just before the beginning of the second, when Gracheva went to the wrong side of the court. All those little things for me are good signs that Pliskova is a little more relaxed, that she's starting to enjoy these moments a bit more after a tough season last year. And what a terrific start would be, capitalizing on this opportunity. Up a set and a break. The way Pliskova's been serving, she's got to be feeling pretty good. This wasn't a bad drop shot from Gracheva. Pliskova did her one better.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Karolina Pliskova's movement at times has been a little bit of a hindrance, isn't it, in her career, Jonna? But has it got better, do you feel, in terms of when she's under pressure?
I think she manages it. I mean, she'll never be a defensive player, and that's not where she wants to be, hanging in rallies. But I think she's started doing a better job of hanging in, getting those extra balls back until she can look to turn the tables, not giving up on certain points that she might have thought she couldn't get to that ball before. So I think that's an improvement.
Yeah, she actually did a training block last year with Jez Green, didn't she? Of course, Olga Savchuk was helping her on the tour last year. Olga actually is the partner of Jez. They recently had a baby, and Jez, I know, worked a little bit with her last summer. And she actually described it as life-changing last year. Of course, Jez is a man in demand. He works with Raducanu, he works with Dominic Thiem, but she certainly benefited from Jez's experience.
30-15.
Fitness is such an important component, and when you feel like you can stay in points a little bit longer, it makes you a little tougher mentally, and so many positives sort of flow from that.
Game, Pliskova leads 2 games to none.
Serve continues to be in very good working order. Still has only lost 5 points on serve the entire match. too many players in the draw either that can match her for experience. This is the 41st major of Pliskova's career. There's only a handful in the draw that have played more.
That's a good move from Gracheva. She's got to find ways to try to push forward, to try to get Pliskova leaning a little more on the outer edges of the court. It's also important for Gracheva to keep the positive energy up, and a couple of fist points at the end of the last 2 points just to reinforce that she's still in this. She's still fighting.
Fault.
Absolutely walked through that return.
And talk about taking a ball inside the baseline. She was 2 or 3 feet in front. Just reacting to that serve.
So as was the case in the opening set, Gracheva finds herself down a break early doors here. It's 2-1, Pliskova leads. Rankings, of course, under all that plays for Gracheva, but for Pliskova, even where she is right now, if she can win today, she'll be knocking on the door of the world's top 20 again after 3 wins here this week. As a result of not playing last year.
Time.
So setting a break here. Karolina Pliskova looking to regain her spot at the top table in women's tennis. Oh, that's well played.
Love the team.
That's just one break for Gracheva. Can seem like a much bigger hole to climb out of, but it's 1 point at a time. And that's a good start. Hasn't had any real openings on the Pliskova serve. Can she create some here?
15-all. 30, 15.
So well done. Great improvisation. And often you see the forehand slice brought out, but needs must here.
30 all.
Fault.
Will be 30. Yeah, Pliskova.
Is just brutal. Serving masterclass so far.
Pliskova leads 3 games to 1.
The 30-year-old.
Yeah, it's been tough for Gracheva to really create any openings on Pliskova's serve. She's been behind the count time and time again because of how well Pliskova is placing the ball as well as the pace.
Still only been broken twice all tournament. There's Karolina Pliskova.
That's a real physical point from Gracheva. Did a good job at the end to get on balance and set her feet to get a good pass off of that shot. Not easy. Your lungs are burning a little bit and trying to keep yourself in this match.
You
could say maybe the sun was slightly in Pliskova's eyes, but the sun is a little bit behind her. So it's that ball hit the court first, just completely mistimed it.
Feet just glued to the floor, weren't they? It feels like she needs a bit more time on that forehand, doesn't it? She's not getting a lot of it.
Yeah, that forehand really gets rushed. That is the side that has given up a few more errors.
Fault.
What a run. Still had some work to do when she got there, but did it impressively. And it's Gracheva that stays in the rear-view mirror in this second set. Fresh set of strings coming her way as well. A couple of rackets. Restrung. You can do that in about 25 minutes, can't they, these days? Even quicker sometimes.
Now, the stringers at these major events, they're the best of the best. So they can, sometimes only 15 to 20 minutes they can get it out.
No messing around there.
Did you do a little bit of stringing?
I did, yes, a few
What's
years
your
ago, Chandler. Well, as I've got older, my age has gone up, my tension's gone down, Chandler, which is probably a familiar feeling, I suspect, for a lot of people.
That is funny.
Got the most powerful racket you could find at the moment, Chandler, and the tension is getting looser as I lose strength in my body.
I haven't yet accepted that I've got to go down in tension.
They're piling into the Garden Square entrance here in Melbourne Park. And all set for a good day of action. As we make the transition into week 2. Slowly but surely over the course of the next couple of days. The prizes take a sharper focus.
Pliskova has been serving so well, and it has prevented Gracheva from really getting into a lot of returns. Majority of returns, 55% of the time, she's hitting it into that area just behind the service line. That is too short in the court. It's giving. That's been giving Pliskova more opportunities on those second balls to step in, play more inside the baseline. Gracheva has to try to find ways to push Pliskova back. And that point, that's a good step in that direction.
To get a look at a break point, Gracheva.
It's been tough for Gracheva to even get some of those returns back in play. So when she does get it back, a lot of them are going shorter in the court, and that is exactly the formula that Pliskova wants.
Again, without harboring the point, you look at the first serve percentage, which obviously has to be backed up by the numbers, but she's in the mid-70s, and that is significantly higher than her average over the course of her career. Generally, looking just back over the last couple of years, she's been kind of 61, 62 first serve percentage average over the course of her career. She's well up on that today. That certainly is pressuring her opposition.
Yeah, to be in the 70s, I mean, that is terrific. And you combine that with how effective that first serve has been, winning a high percentage behind that shot. It's been a tough day for Gracheva trying to return. She's been holding decently in her service games, has to do it again here.
About 15.
Just get balanced to deliver the pass.
15 off.
It's just nasty. I mean, never see that return coming. Decent serve from Gracheva. It didn't move Pliskova quite enough. You still don't expect that kind of damage. Just a flick of the wrist.
Fold.
This match will take on either Zhang Shui or Katie Volinets in the next round. That's well played. And a pretty special run for the American qualifiers, isn't it, Chandra?
It has been a terrific tournament. A big win over Kudermetova for Volinets in her last match. Had to dig deep down the stretch in the third set.
Fold.
Just going to try and cling on here, stay close. A slight drop in level, perhaps, from Pliskova.
It's not been just the terrific play of Pliskova, but it's also been the sustained pressure. Gracheva has just constantly been up under it. The last forehand, just cracking slightly. A real missed opportunity there for Pliskova on a side that is usually pretty dependable.
Fold.
Advantage. Pliskova.
Which we wanted, obviously, and now is to save a second break point here to avoid going down a double break. Somewhat wasteful in the end, but the former world #1 will most definitely take it as she moves to within a game of reaching the last 16 here at home. Professional display today, isn't it? Hasn't given much away. Pretty pleased, I think, with where she's at going into the second week, one would imagine.
It's been a real clean performance from Karolina Pliskova. Hasn't overplayed, has used all her weapons, has looked to dictate and dominate when she's been in position. Hasn't, gotten flustered. Gracheva, she's been a solid opponent. Doesn't have a big enough weapon to really push Pliskova around consistently, but she's fought, and there's been some tight games where Pliskova has just kind of outlasted her. I think for me that's been most impressive.
Time.
One of the most decorated CVs in women's tennis. Of course, one thing that is missing from it is a major. She couldn't have come much closer. Every chance of moving on here, though, serving for victory. Almost a single point when she's found the first serve wide on the ad side today. Cheva's not had the answer.
Thought for a moment Pliskova was going to go behind Gracheva up the line. Opted for going over the high part of the net, still clipped it.
He has been very stingy with the unforced errors today. That's Pliskova. It was a rare one. And serve has been so impressive throughout. It's provided a big platform. She reaches match point. Karolina Pliskova continues to look very good down under. Another victory for the Czech. And she is yet to lose a set through the opening 3 rounds. She overcomes Varvara Gracheva 4-2.
This was a real impressive performance from Karolina Pliskova. Wasn't sure how she would come out. She's been playing solid tennis, but getting into these latter stages as the favorite to win sometimes adds a little bit of pressure, and Pliskova, she handled it beautifully. The serve was a huge weapon from the start of this match. Never faltered in that department, was solid from the ground, and she moved well, Nick. She got to a lot of balls, kept herself in some rallies, and that helped her get a couple of those breaks after some really long, hard-fought return games.
Yeah, that really was a good day for Gracheva. It's been a good week, isn't it, Chandler? A good chunk out of her ranking after a couple of wins here.
Yeah, and also, you know, a big upset for Gracheva, beating the 8th seed Daria Kasatkina, her first top 10 win. So a lot of positives for her at this year's Australian Open. Still looking to push up and break into the top 50 in the world. But this should hold her in good stead for the rest of her season.
Absolutely right. Something to work with. Always nice to start the season well. Get some wins under the belt early. Let's hear from Carolina. After her victory, she'll be speaking to Laura Ross.
Congratulations, Carolina. That was the first time you played Varvara. How well did you know her game coming into today?
I mean, of course, we studied a little bit the last 2 matches what she played, because she beat some good players here. So, of course, I wanted to be ready. And it's the 3rd round of the Slam, so there is never an easy match, no matter who is the opponent, no matter the ranking. So I think I was quite ready for this match, and I think I showed some good tennis today.
You did. Your serve's always been such a weapon, but it was so consistent today as well, winning a lot of points off your second serve in particular. Is that something that you've been working on recently?
Yeah, I mean, of course, especially the serve, I think it can be a really good weapon of mine. Doing a lot of aces, a lot of first serves, I think it can always help, you know, not to be running that much on the baseline. So I think that was working today. And overall, I think my game from the baseline is quite solid. So let's see what I can show in the second week.
Is that the general idea, as little running as possible?
Yeah, of course. And I mean, I've been enjoying here every moment on this court. I have some nice memories, so hopefully I can stay longer.
And in the next round, you play either Zhang Shuai or the qualified Katie Volnets, who's had an unbelievable run. Will you be watching that later? How well do you know them?
I mean, I know a little bit. Of course, I will watch a little bit of the match, and I will, again, do some research on them, and hopefully we're going to be ready.
Good luck in the next round. Karolina Pliskova.
Yeah, doesn't give too much away, but another win, and she's in familiar territory. Chandler, in making the second week of a major, this is nothing new for her.
Yeah, but you know, maybe a little bit more special after going through some adversity, having an injury that really affected her last season, affected her start here in Australia. She couldn't make it here last year, so to come back and be in the second week playing the type of tennis she's playing, I would imagine is very gratifying. We saw a few smiles from Karolina Pliskova as well. Maybe that's giving a little bit of that good feeling away that she has really enjoyed, and really got to like her chances in this next match, regardless of who her opponent is. And as we take a look at some of the numbers from the overall match, it was the serving we talked about for Pliskova. 72% of first serves in, very effective behind that first serve with the number of aces, and her fair share of winners, 18 with just 20 unforced. For an aggressive player, that's a pretty good differential, and was just able to dominate, didn't face a break point, was able to capitalize on several that she had, and that was really all Pliskova needed to book her spot in this 4th round.
Yeah, a real eclectic mix in this section of the draw, isn't there? We've got the veteran Laura Siegmund, the oldest player left in the draw. She'll take on Caroline Garcia in this section. Magdalena, what a tournament she's having. The Pole, she'll take on Alexandra. There are opportunities aplenty here in this bottom section. So, hope you've enjoyed it. We have another ladies singles match coming up here very shortly.
Belinda Bencic walking towards Rod Laver Arena. She is taking on Camilla Giorgi of Italy as the third round. Women's singles matches continues on Rod Laver Arena. A beautiful day in Melbourne. The first Saturday of the tournament always brings capacity crowds right around Melbourne Park, and we're just going to make sure you check that that accreditation is right. But there is Camilla Giorgi. This is backstage here at Rod Laver Arena. The players just getting ready. Dad there just giving some last-minute instructions, and they'll all be marshalled together. A couple of locker rooms here at the Australian Open, as you can understand, with so many players here in the first week. With the doubles events and also the junior events getting underway today here at Melbourne Park across the ground. So there's so much happening, but the focus is here on Rod Laver Arena. Camilla Giorgi, last-minute preparations done. Going in completely the wrong direction, but we won't be far away from the start. I'm Peter McCutter alongside Laura Robson for this one, who's made the dash from courtside to be up here in the commentary box to go back to courtside a little bit later on. You're getting your steps up today.
Yeah, good thing I've got my watch on. I can keep it at a solid count, and yeah, it's the only bit of exercise I've been getting recently, so I'll take it.
So, well, just a short delay while we wait for the players. Interesting one, this one. I mean, they played each other plenty of times, 5 times, and Bencic leads the head-to-head 3-2. They haven't played each other for a little while. Let's just say they played each other pre-COVID, because that's a good time marker for us. 2019 was the last time they played, and you know, they know each other's game so well.
They do, and even though they haven't played in a couple of years, I think Bencic would have really taken notice of Camilla's results this week. She delivered an absolute thrashing in the first round against Pavlyuchenkova, which was such a standout result. So with Camilla, you've just got to be careful, because she can hit you off the court before you even realise what's happening.
So they make their way down the Walk of Champions. It's a long walk from one side of Rod Laver Arena to the other to be introduced out onto court, but you see all these famous names and what they've managed to do at the Australian Open over the years. Giorgi not taking too much notice. She's been down this corridor plenty of times, as has Belinda Bencic. A real opportunity for Bencic here, you feel, at this Australian Open, back inside the world's top 10, winning the title in Adelaide, one of the Adelaide events, heading towards the Australian Open. United Cup. She's had plenty of tennis and is feeling very good about where things sit right now. Milder conditions. How hot was it down there, Laura?
It's pretty warm. Yeah. It's pretty warm, and the sun is super strong today.
Bring the players out onto court.
It's time for more women's singles third round action. Would you please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Italy, Camilla Giorgi. And their opponent this afternoon from Switzerland, please welcome Belinda Bencic.
So making your way out onto courts. It's a special moment for the players to be out here on the big stadium court. They want to be here in a week's time for the women's singles final.
They do, and as we were saying, the conditions really pumping out there. Sun is super strong. Pliskova was getting a lot of extra pace on her serve and first ball in particular, so it's who can get that first strike in today.
Look at the section of the draw where these players are. Look at this. This is so much fun looking at this section of the draw, because you've got Sabalenka and Mertens playing on Margaret Court Arena later today. And Jonna Vekic winning through earlier. Fruhvirtova's going to be a star, taking on Vondrousova. Really, really interesting to see who's going to get through there.
Yeah, it's so different to the top half in terms of players who've reached the top and reached that pinnacle of winning a slam. But I think there's some dangerous names, some up-and-comers in there. Vekic, who's on her way back after having a tough couple of years. And just fantastic to see some breakthroughs. Bencic is another one. You know, she's been at the top of the game. Just
Belinda, hi. This is Alessia. She'll do the coin toss. Before the coin toss, can you please take some photos with Alessia over to that side? Around. There you go, big smile. Very good. All right, ladies, usual match conditions. For your towels, as you see, you have blue towels and you have red, so please use the same stickers in the boxes, okay? Any questions before we start? No? Camila, would you like to choose? It's AO or Ken Roswell? It's AO or Ken Roswell? Decide? Ken Roswell. Okay, Alessia, go for it. Very nice. It's AO. Receive?
Receive. Receive.
You say? Have a good match. Thank you.
Nice elevation on that coin too, I must say. And can I also be the first on air to say to you, Laura, happy birthday.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed the day. I mean, you're doing a lot of running today, but I'm sure it'll get quieter later on. Absolutely.
No, it's great. Nowhere else I'd rather be.
So we'll get into this one and talked about the strides that Belinda Bencic has made. And Georgie, the ranking sitting at 70 at the moment, but has been as high as 26 in the world, the 31-year-old. A game that's quite powerful, and when it's on, it is very, very hard to stop. Best results actually across her career have been on grass. She had some good results last year, semi-finalist at the event just before Wimbledon at Eastbourne, also Birmingham as well, and has reached the quarterfinals there too. 6 times though she's been to the 3rd round here at the Australian Open, and one of those players I'm sure in the locker room that you look at, the draw sheet comes out and go, I don't really want to face her because, as I said, when she's on, she's very hard to stop.
Yeah, everyone knows exactly how dangerous Camila Giorgi is, and sitting a little low in the rankings at the moment compared to where she is normally, but just didn't play after US Open in 2022, so dropped a couple of points. But this time last year she was ranked 33 in the world, so she's just a huge hitter of the ball, and for someone quite small, you know, she's I think around 5'3", 5'4". She absolutely cracks it.
Speaking of cracking it, cracking into the world's top 10 again, Belinda Bencic, as I mentioned, winning that title in Adelaide, the second of the 2 tournaments there. Her 40th and 50th wins at a major. This is her 30th major. Her best result here is the round of 16, semi-finalist at the US Open in 2019. And going 6 in a row on hard courts as well, so building some nice momentum. As we can see, the head-to-heads 6-2, 6-4. They've actually played 5 times, but you can see that the last time that they played back in 2019.
2 minutes. It's 3-2.
3-2. Yep. So one of those was a qualifying back in Madrid in 2014. Here is the win predictor, 71-29.
I feel like it's probably a little closer than that, to be honest. Camila Giorgi obviously lower in the rankings, which is what the win predictor takes into account. It feels hotter than 21 out there, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, courtside, outside, they got the southerly breeze just keeping things nice and cool. You see the flags fluttering, and just a packed house, an ideal day if you're a spectator wandering around the grounds. This magnificent stadium as Spider Cam takes us on a bit of a ride inside here. Yeah, so just go back to that head-to-head, confirming Madrid on clay, of course. Bencic winning there, but it was qualifying. Giorgi winning their 2 meetings after that, including the one on grass. And you can understand with the game style why Camila Giorgi is so dangerous on the grass court surface and why she's had so much success during that swing.
She likes to keep the points short. She likes to dominate off the first ball, and we'll see a lot of that today. But it's just how consistent she can be.
So a beautiful day in Melbourne. And young hot-shotter loving
10
the
out of 10
experience.
coin toss.
Absolutely, got really nice elevation, Laura. I like it. And the beautiful gardens behind Melbourne Park. You've got the Yarra River running alongside the Sydney Mine Music Bowl. Plenty of concerts, open-air concerts there. We come back inside this magnificent stadium. So Camila Giorgi taking on Belinda Bencic in this women's singles 3rd round match. As I mentioned, Laura, Giorgi unstoppable against Pavlyuchenkova in the opening round, 6-love, 6-1. Smidlova 6-4, 6-3. Bencic winning through her 2 rounds, also in straight sets, pushed a little bit by Claire Liu in round number 2, but getting through 7-6, 6-3. Let's get this one underway. It'll be Camilla Giorgi to serve, women's singles, 3rd round action on Rod Laver Arena.
Thank you.
I was a little annoyed that I didn't catch any of that first round match against Pavlyuchenkova because it was so quick. I turned the score on, I was keeping an eye on it, hoping to catch a couple of games, and it was over in no time at all. And Pavlyuchenkova had been playing well in Adelaide, so Camilla must be able to take a huge amount of confidence from that, but I feel like she's one of those players where it doesn't matter what's going on over the other side of the net, or who she's playing, or how she's been recently, how the form's been. She just steps up to the line and gives it a good hit.
I think that match was in the heat of the day, with the day where we had the extreme heat, and managed to get through so quickly. I think it was the first match on and the first match off as well, because it was done so quickly in the morning stages before it got really hot. Is her father, Camilla Giorgi's father, Sergio, on the left there. All around the tour.
Left for service.
Good start for Giorgi in this opening game of the match. It's been a busy start to the year for Belinda Bencic, but a good start to the year. Good success at the United Cup, right at the very top of the season, and then moving away. Oh, but we're not going to see what's happening in that team.
That's a non-starter.
We won't get that camera, but we could put the spider cam right over the top, you see.
Was that Giorgi's team?
It was the other side. Yeah, it's a team Bencic.
Oh yeah, I can see where they put the paper. Sneaky, sneaky. There it is there in the front. We'll get you from another angle, guys.
Yeah. Tizinov doesn't want any sort of camera on him today. Linda Bencic.
Love 15.
So, always say here at Rod Laver Arena, that southern end of the court tricky at this time of the day with the position of the sun. No adjustment required, but you can already see Giorgi. It's one speed, it's fast, it's stepping in. Watch her, particularly on the second serve, well inside the court. just been, I think, for Georgie, that ability to, yes, be attacking, but just to have that consistency too.
Yeah, she's just never really found it, especially across a slam where it's the 2 weeks and 7 matches. There's been so many times where I've thought, oh, maybe it's this one.
Yeah. 15-13.
Two out of 3 at the United Cup for Belinda Bencic in 2023, representing Switzerland, of course.
She's just able to find another gear when she plays for Switzerland, Bencic. She was on fire at the end of 2022 at the Billie Jean King Cup finals, almost single-handedly taking her team to the title.
I don't really talk about that though, Laura, considering who they beat in the final.
Well, Australia beat Great Britain as well in the semis, so
Well, I was going to bring that
we're
up.
all hurt here.
I think for Bencic, just looking to push Georgie back in the court. Take control of the rally.
Well, Bencic should be telling herself, no matter how good Georgie starts, if I can just hang in and force her to make a couple more unforced errors, then I'm going to have a great chance today.
It's a bit of a battle in that game for Bencic. Holds things up. Well, we can't see right into that camera where that bit of paper is on the side there, but we can hover over the top. We have plenty of angles here. There you go. That's what we usually be seeing. We're not seeing that today. So much technology there that the coaches have. There's plenty of stats feeds that they get in the match now. It's a great innovation for the coaches.
Love 15.
That's Team Georgie down on the left there, in the front row. It's been throughout every single one of her matches of her career.
Love 13.
I've always kind of wondered what they chat about pre and post match, because you talk to Camilla and she really doesn't watch a lot of tennis on TV, doesn't keep track of how the other players are doing.
Got away with that a little bit because Bencic was waiting in that corner for quite a long time, and still Georgie went up that line.
15-30.
That was a chance there for Belinda. Georgie just didn't look up on this one to see where she'd covered.
It's a good example of Georgie in control and showing control too, but it's just relentless hitting, big hitting from the back of the court.
And we'll be keeping an eye on the double fault count for Georgie. She can start to throw in a few because she goes so big on the second serve. It's not really a second serve, it's a second first serve.
Great depth on the return from Bencic.
Use. Advantage, Bencic.
We saw Bencic struggle with that shot in particular in her last match against Claire Liu, who was coming forward a lot. I think Liu had something about 27 net approaches throughout the match, and the conditions were really different to today. It was late at night, it was chilly, and so Bencic just wasn't getting the pop off the ball.
Led for service. Advantage, Bencic.
Another occasion there where Bencic has actually been in the right position. A break point here.
She was looking for it. The return position well inside the baseline, knowing good chance that one's coming wide on the second serve.
Use.
Can't believe it.
No problems there. I mean, you know what you're getting with Georgie. It's just a matter of how well you can keep her away from that position, because that's what she wants every single point.
Well, I don't think you can't give her open spaces, and you see Bencic getting caught up on the return, having to play almost an inside-in backhand, and it's just left 3/4 of the court open.
Bennett.
You have to make Georgie start to overthink where she's placing the ball.
Use.
Because she's one of these ball strikers that if she sees a gap, that's where she'll go.
Advantage, Bencic.
So she does break through, Bencic. It's 2-1 here in the opening set on Rod Laver Arena.
Bencic leads by 2-1.
So a bit of a sense of, I think, what we're going to see across the course of this match in these opening 3 games. Seem to get with Camila Giorgi matches. Absolutely everything.
Yeah, in a good way though.
Yeah, absolutely, entertaining way.
I genuinely enjoy watching our matches because I sit here thinking I've got no clue what to expect on any particular point. It's thrilling.
It is. It is. It's edgy to see stuff, unless you're the opponent down the other end just trying to hold it all together.
And I've seen plenty of people
Take your
against
seats quickly,
Camilla.
please.
They
Thank
just
you, ladies
can't
and
figure the
gentlemen.
game out.
Time.
They don't know what to do.
Plenty of fun being had out there. I'm not sure exactly what sort of fun is going on out there. Okay.
Seats quickly, please. Thank you.
For the gram.
I'll leave that to you. Not my go. Break of serve early here for Linda Bencic. This 12 seeds.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Celsius
Take a seat for
in
now.
Melbourne. Rod Laver Arena filling up nicely. Oh, it's beautiful from Bencic, absorbing the pressure on the baseline and getting that short ball and finishing off nicely.
Well, she'll enjoy this matchup so much more than her previous one against someone who was coming forward, didn't have a huge weight of shot off the baseline, and you could just tell Belinda needs that pace coming onto her racket to be able to redirect the way that she wants to.
No. 30-15.
From Georgie. I don't think we're going to see backward step on the return of serve. It's going to be right in the one spot. And if it comes in quick, doesn't matter. It's not going to be forced back under any circumstances. Being on top or inside the baseline. Break consolidated.
I find there's a couple of similarities with Georgie's return to someone like Caroline Garcia, who also just refuses to take a step back. And it's a lot of the time either an unforced error or an unreturned serve or a winner. And there's not much in between. And you just wonder if they were just able to take half a step back, get themselves in the point more often, how much closer they would be in their return games.
A bit more pronounced too this year from Georgie, I feel. From Garcia, I should say.
Yeah, Garcia started doing it even more kind of last summer. Almost like a saber, the sneak attack.
Left. 15.
Nice 1-2 play again, right in the middle of the court. Frustration there from Bencic. That's just caught that little part of the court, the lines.
15.
Catching the edge of the baseline. Plenty of time in preparation, just really leaning into that ball. I think it's also impressive from Bencic. Returns. He's only missed 2 returns so far in this opening set. So just constantly putting the pressure on Georgie. 3 points for the Italian here.
that would be something that you talk about with your coach before you come out here. In a matchup like this, you have to make as many returns as possible, as many first serves as possible.
Not enough. Didn't do enough with that drop shot. Is always going to be put away.
Georgie.
It's 3-2 Bencic. She's still up a break in this opening set on Rod Laver Arena.
Bencic leads by 3 games to 2.
We could see Tursunov, Belinda's coach, was taking a good old look at the data that he's got in the box there on all the stats. He's covered the side camera, but we can still see it from the spider cam.
We can see it from our commentary position.
Yeah, we've got such a good look at him now, and he's flicking through them as we speak. Just taking an eye on, I would think, first serve percentage would be huge today for Belinda, but also the unreturned serve stat. If she's able to keep that down.
Magnificent Melbourne Park precinct. It really does come to life at this time of the year. There's so much happening throughout the year as well.
They had a concert on Rod Laver not even too long ago.
Correct. Yes, and they'll
I
have
think it
fun
was
straight
Keith
after as
Urban.
well. Yep.
And I was thinking, gosh, that's a quick turnaround for the on-site team here.
Put it down to a fine art. December, there's a hive of activity, but still plenty going on. A multi-purpose venue here at Rod Laver Arena. I tell you, they pack it up pretty quickly too.
Love.
Step in and hit it. See inside the baseline. That was always going to be in her favour.
On the weight of shot coming through onto Bencic's side when Georgie's playing a deep forehand from almost the service line. But what I wish she would always do a bit more is follow that in. She's not super comfortable at the net, is Georgie. I think that's an area of her game that's always just been an untapped fortune, I think. If she was just able to commit to the shot a bit more, cover the first volley, she'd be lethal.
Particularly on grass, where she's had a lot of success through that middle part of the year.
She does drive volley a fair bit of both sides.
Absorbed the pressure nicely, Bencic there.
40, 30.
Using the pace to redirect. That as this match goes along.
Game, Bencic.
So all rolling along in the right direction here for Belinda Bencic in this opening set.
Bencic leads by 4 games to 2.
That was a good game to get out of. 30 all. Tough point where she drew the error. And even on that last rally, just digging deep off the baseline, dropping super low, knees almost on the floor.
Anticipate. When she has that much time to wind up on that ball, Georgie.
15 love.
It's really hard to stop, really hard to defend. See just a bit more shape on that ball from Bencic, but it's on that baseline. Getting some back here.
15 all.
How good was that feel? Wasn't expecting it right on her feet.
Interesting, you mentioned it before, Laura, with that second serve, which is basically first serve done over again, whether there's just no change of gear or speed or anything on that second ball. Loses the sense of that safety from time to time.
Big chance here for the double break.
15, 14.
It's a tough one because I think if you try and change too much in her game, Camilla won't be Camilla, you know. She's this dangerous for a reason because she likes things her own way and doesn't really, in probably decade plus that I've seen her play, she hasn't changed much.
Oh, that's lovely from Bencic.
Bencic.
What a way to break the Georgie serve again.
New balls, please.
And Bencic will be serving for the opening set next on 5 games to 2
Bencic
at Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, there's some players where I feel that when they overplay, you could definitely make adjustments. And across the course of a season, you'll see them change things tactically and technically. You never really see that with Camilla, and I feel like she doesn't really want to, which is fair.
Yep.
I mean, she's had a fantastic career, still is, with keeping things simple for herself, and nothing wrong with that. So I almost feel like it's come this far.
Why change what you're doing?
It's probably a little late to try and change the second serve.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you. Time.
21 years of age, been on the tour for a long time now. So Belinda Bencic in a strong position in this third round women's singles match on Rod Laver Arena. Bencic has realised that there's a ball change, so players do. They change rackets at the same time.
Yeah. 15 left.
Yeah.
15 all.
It's a lovely return. Going on the diagonal to pick up that serve from Bencic. Take that time away.
If I were Belinda, if she makes it through this one, I'd be requesting a middle of the day match every single time. Just the heat of the court makes it that much faster. She played so well in Adelaide where the conditions were super speedy.
Now has set points.
40.
First ace to the match. That's a good set of tennis for Belinda Bencic. 39 minutes on court, and the 12th seed takes the first 6 games to 2. And she'd have to be very happy with the way that opening set went, Laura.
Extremely pleased, and didn't do much wrong, Belinda. I think she knew how solid she had to be from the baseline. As we take a look at the numbers, Bencic just throwing in quite so many unforced errors. Camilla's 16. Both of them, I think, could play a little bigger in the second set. Not too many winners from either player, and especially for Georgie, you expect that number to perhaps be slightly higher. I think Bencic is just reading the game especially well today. She's always so good at anticipating what's coming onto her racket, but today just finding that extra bit of oomph on the ground strokes and on the serve.
Well, I think one of the key stats, I mentioned it before, she's only missed 3 returns in that set.
They're just keeping so much pressure on and then speeding through her own service games the majority of the time, so more of the same you would hope from Belinda in set 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, time.
Skyline of the CBD of Melbourne, and back into Grand Slam Oval right next to Rod Laver Arena. It's going to be hard to find a spot out there, Laura, I think, this afternoon / this evening.
A couple of Aussies on today, so there'll be plenty of people milling about, hoping to catch a glimpse of Alex de Minaur, Alexei Popyrin, who's out on John Cain. The atmosphere is going to be pumping there.
So Sam Stosur playing in mixed doubles as she finishes her career. Always the most popular day at the Australian Open, the first Saturday.
Lofting. Love 30.
Too good. Just controlling things at the moment, Bencic. More break points. Just looking at the iPad. Double fault gives away the break of serve, the pressure now that Georgie is under. And at this opening game of the second set.
First game, second set.
We'll talk about how well Belinda Bencic is returning in terms of returns into play, but have a look at where they're actually landing in the court, and that's amazing. 43% of those landing that back third. It's okay to get the return in, but if they're landing short, where that 21% is, and Georgie's put him away, but that's exceptional from Bencic.
Yeah, it's just really impressive how many she's been able to get in play, and as you say, get the depth, but also go a lot back towards Georgie's backhand side, which is slightly less dangerous, and the forehand she's able to cover a lot more with the way that she serves and recovers after the shot. So a lot of tactical homework being done by Bencic and her team.
I imagine Dmitry Chesanov's looking at exactly that
He
stat right
loves
now
it.
and will tick it off and say, yep, that was the plan, because you mentioned in that opening set about the importance of returning against Georgie. Doing it beautifully.
Love 15.
Ace number 2.
15 all.
Mixing up these placements so well today.
Food.
I'm just sort of waiting for Georgie to have a blinder of a game. I feel like it's on the cards at some point where she's just going to rip a couple of winners and momentum's going to shift.
Break points here. That goes back to the excitement factor that you were talking about with Camilla Georgie. Some of these fans in Rod Laver Arena would have seen her play before. A lot probably haven't, but just go along for the ride here, potentially.
Let's go, Jared. Let's go, Jared.
'" So the break back, we're at 1 game all in the second sets.
Just when things were looking awfully simple. Bench's just struggling with the ball toss there with the sun on that far side.
Contagious at the moment, the double faults.
Your crowd loved that catch from the ball kid at the net.
The Aussie ball kid, I'm always going to take that catch. Going to what we saw before in terms of where that return is landing. It's ideal for benchage with Georgie back in the court on the back foot.
can hear how much Bencic wants this breaker serve back, hustling for every ball. Made it.
Do a hitting zone. Still great control. Too good.
Well, it was the shot off the serve. Georgie ended up catching herself out by trying to play a backhand from what was her forehand side, and it just meant she was then out of position. Bencic sees the opening and is right on it.
And the break straight back. Mission accomplished for Belinda Bencic. Holds the break advantage. It's 2-1 in the second set. The first set going to Bencic.
By 2 games to 1.
Going up in Melbourne, 22 degrees. We talk about the air temperature being okay, but you were mentioning before you're on court, right courtside for that previous match, and we don't obviously see it through the TV, but the heat that's generated from the court itself, we obviously know on the extreme heat days, but on a day like today, how much extra in terms of temperature is it out there on
your
court?
seats quickly, please.
It just soaks up all that sunshine, so it feels more like 26, 27. Sun's super strong as well for the players, so they have to maximise it while it's here. We haven't had too much of it, to be honest. We usually have that one day where someone cracks an egg on Rod Laver.
Yes.
To see if it cooks.
Well,
We've yet to have that, but next Saturday, women's final day, is looking like a scorcher.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, we might do it before they walk out there. I remember the first year here, because of the new rebound 8 steps, we were all getting used to it from the grass, and that was what they were doing, just to prove the point, does retain the heat. But this surface, newer surface, better with that.
Picking up.
Bencic here be looking to put the foot down now. Break back, just keeping control of the match. What can happen down the other end of the court? Georgie can go on a hot streak.
Just a couple times here, I felt like Georgie's going too far down the middle. She's clearly going for that particular deep shot to try and get Bencic out of position, but that's the sort of play that Bencic really likes and enjoys, and she's able to open it up straight away off the open stance that she plays on both sides. You almost want to hit away from her early on, so she has to drop into the defense. I don't know why I said that like an American. I don't think I've ever said defense before in my life. Defense.
What's happening?
I don't know. What part of my brain did that come from?
So that's the ideal break consolidation for Bencic, holding the love, but just put her stamp on this match as the 12th seed, world number 10. Confidence that's just building and building and building. Mentioned obviously Billie Jean King Cup, United Cup. It's a great springboard into the year, winning in Adelaide last week. Just building up consistency of matches, 6 in a row. Hard courts, and wants to keep that going. You can understand why.
She obviously started with Tursunov end of the season. Not that she was playing badly before that as well, just so consistent across 2022, making so many quarterfinals and winning Charleston final of Berlin, semi-final of Miami and Tallinn. But it's been building to this, hasn't it? You feel like a big result's on the way.
(30-15).
Dimitri Tursunov on the left there. Big into the stats and the data. And the tablet that's courtside there, all the coaches have. Phone to give same information. Play a little bit of defense there, Bencic. Lob pacer.
Made it to the hour mark.
Great finish to that game for Georgie. But down a break still in this second set. Bencic 3-2.
Bencic leads by 3-2.
A couple more first serves there from Camilla Giorgi. Important game for her to just stay in this.
you were playing, you tended to be sort of tidy in terms of bag arrangement and everything like that, or was spread everything all over the place?
Very. I like things where I like them, and everything's got a place. I don't know how these players sometimes have mountains of stuff to the side of them. It's overwhelming.
That is Garden Square. It's a great view of that, actually, because as you're walking around Melbourne Park, you don't actually realise that it's a kind of tennis ball kind of shape. It's a beautiful view with our drone up there and across to court 3. Beautiful spot to watch the tennis, particularly sort of early evening time, the nice warm breeze coming through.
Maybe with a glass of rosé and a glass breeze.
Speaking my language.
We've said it before, but mixing up the placement of the serve so well today, Bencic, throwing in that slider wide, taking a bit of pace off some of these first serves too.
Love.
Terrific angle again from Bencic.
40 love. to 15.
Fourth in the match for Bencic. Immediately down that end of the court, the trickier end. Over Arena, the southern end.
Let for service.
Nice pressure from Bencic coming forwards. Solid serving. Just maintains the break advantage.
Bencic leads by 4 games to 2.
Coming up with some really solid tennis when she needs it today, Bencic. Just played all these 30-all points so well. Only 2 juice games throughout the match. You can just feel how many matches she's played recently.
Please take your seats quickly, please. Players are ready. Thank you.
Again, just in control, Bencic. Great reading of the play. The right way to go. That backhand volley. Over that side rather than the forehand side. Just the chance of the overhead having to play the high backhand volley. That's exactly what happened.
Even the mistakes, they've been positive ones, haven't they? Just long or just in the net, but always been trying to do the right thing. Now for Georgie. Georgie's usually on top on that number. Ground strokes on the rise. Bencic today just so solid off the baseline. I just think this matchup for her when she plays both sides on the open stance just suits her so well.
And real danger now.
15-14.
I must say, if she's able to break here, Bencic, that's got virtual match points. I see the ball coming off the frame, but with Georgie being so unpredictable, you can't really say that because she can turn it on very, very quickly. Matches can turn around the blink of an eye. That's good serving.
Yes.
It's a pretty quick second serve, as Laura was mentioning. One at 158 Ks and 98 miles. Doing well to hold her own here, Georgie. Turning this around nicely. Just wants to keep pace with Bencic. Well played. Got to have a really tight spot there, Camilla Giorgi. She keeps herself in it. Benches so up a break. It's 4-3 in the second set.
4 games to 3.
Really important there for Camilla Giorgi. Does have a free swing at the Bencic serve, and we know that she's going to be doing that. Belinda Bencic today, you can see where her shots are placed, and it's to the Giorgi backhand, predominantly in that ad court side. And fair enough, because Giorgi, the big strength is that forehand when she can really wheel around onto it. So it was always going to be that ball was aiming for the ad court, and that's exactly what Bencic has done. See the depth of shot as well. Trying to keep Giorgi pinned in that corner.
Take your seats quickly, please.
Exactly the plan I would suspect too.
Time.
So looking from the CBD, these are the outside courts. There's the Padel courts in the middle there, so the fans can have a bit of fun while they watch the matches. Plenty of doubles and juniors going on out there today. So Bencic still up a break in this second set. Yeah, good power again. This is what Bencic will be aware of, knowing that Giorgi can really turn it on. Half-court ball, it's so dangerous with Giorgi, particularly on that forehand side.
Service.
And again, done that a couple of times in the match so far. One step across, going back with the flight of the ball off that return. Moving on the diagonal. Send the pace of the serve straight back to Belinda Bencic. Oh, she just missed it. Oh, I can understand the frustration from Bencic. Defending, attacking, then defending again. She got the ball she wanted. Tried to hit through Georgie. This one here, so creative. It's a great half volley. And set up. That was probably the easiest one of the lot. That's where the frustration comes from. Absorbed the pressure. Was able to get the ball she wanted. Is also now facing a breakback point. Not wanting to take a backward step there, Camilla Giorgi. The depth of the serve there from Bencic. Turning this around nicely, Belinda Bencic, getting the better of those rallies.
Advantage, Bencic.
Well, it's what Camilla Giorgi can do. That big, heavy forehands. It's all or nothing, and it's all at the moment for Giorgi. See there, heavier with the forehand was always going to be. How well she can control it, Giorgi, the question. That's nice. Again, just the depth of shot from Bencic. Absorb the pace, send it back down the other end. Again, not clean, but one step across, and the pressure just increasing here a little bit on Bencic. This was the unpredictability that Robson was talking about, that can have a whole bunch of unforced errors, but then can go on a winner streak.
First service.
Again, the pressure, great depth on that return. Georgie asking the question again. Third for the match. At exactly the right time. Good test here for Bencic. About taking that next step. Being in major finals. Winning majors, she's going to need that first serve. She does get into trouble.
Bencic.
By far the longest game of the match. Oh, well done.
Game, Bencic.
Under pressure, Bencic. Saving break points, and one came away from a spot in the fourth round.
Bencic leads by 5 games to 3.
One of the big factors has been Bencic staying in these rallies. You know, Georgie can really amp up the pace, but those rallies have gone 5 to 8 shots. You can see twice as many for Bencic as for Georgie, hanging in the rallies, defending, and then waiting for the right ball to attack. It's been a hallmark for Bencic in this match so far.
Love. Love.
Not your typical second serves we've been talking about for Georgie. That one at 151. Still see Bencic trying to be aggressive. A little bit more pressure on. It's ideal for Georgie to put the pressure back on Bencic to try and finish the match off. Great depth again. We've seen that so many times from Bencic throughout the match. She's got 78% of returns back into play, and a lot of them going deep into the court. Just taking away that first strike from Camilla Georgie. Again, just in the right place at the right time, Belinda Bencic.
40-30.
Anticipating so well. Didn't have to overplay, just short backswing, almost blocking the ball back. So it's an awkward spot for Georgie. But she's still alive. Camilla Georgie, Belinda Bencic, they'll be serving for the match next at 5-4 second set.
Bencic leads by 5 games.
Well, still alive, Camilla Georgie. Saw her put pressure on the previous Bencic service game. I think he did the same thing here. A matter for Bencic to just be really solid, particularly that first serve. I was mentioning working with Dmitry Turzinov now and talking about that high percentage of first serves into play. I know that Georgie's just going to be free swinging.
Please. Thank you.
Let's see what she can do to close out this match. Belinda Bencic 1 game away from a spot in round 4 here at the Australian Open. Equal her best performance here at Melbourne Park. This time was back in 2016. First serve has gone into play, been pretty successful today for Bencic. 70% points won there. 60% into play across the match. Well, an awkward volley. Not a bad tactic from Georgie, just go straight at Bencic.
15 all.
This one here just couldn't quite out of the way. And just opened up the court. Now again, in a little bit of bother here, Belinda Bencic. A few more returns into play from Georgie. Well, that ball seems to be working. Some good variety on her serve today, particularly that first serve, Bencic. Georgie, 5'6" or 1.68 meters, so can get her on the stretch, going wide, going tee. To guessing as well. And here we are again. Frustration for Bencic, for Georgie. Another opportunity to level things up in this second set. And she does. We saw it in the previous Bencic service game. And she's done it here. 5 games all now in the second sets. It's those made returns. It's the control that Georgie is showing right now. And it's getting the results.
Love.
It's plan A on the return on that side for Bencic. Go back to the Georgie backhand. His dad and coach Sergio watching on. Oh, she overplayed it. One of the easier balls to put away.
15.
Credit to Bencic for just getting it back. It was a great serve. It's all Bencic could do. It was spinning away. Just needed to drop it over the court. She hasn't got that in her repertoire. Well, the determination here for Linda Bencic. And her serve broken.
15.
She wants that break advantage back. Already happened in this set. It's wide. Another break. Another opportunity for Bencic to close this out. This time 6-5 in the second.
Bencic leads by 6 games to 5.
And that ball did not miss by much.
I've decided to join you down here. Thought you sounded a little lonely.
Hello, Laura.
Hello, I'm courtside. I ran down for the on-court interview. Didn't happen quite as quickly as we were expecting it, but
no.
Another chance here for Belinda to serve it out. And I just feel like she's looked very nervous these last few games, hasn't she? Just taking some pace off the balls and a couple of shots that she could have potentially gone for a bit more, but trying to wait for errors, and actually Georgie's recognised that and has upped her game.
Yep, but as always, expect the unexpected with Camilla Giorgi.
Time.
The mighty Yarra River rolling through the centre of Melbourne, with the gardens, the tan track. We're going to go for a run. Very nice track just here, right near Melbourne Park. Got work to do for Belinda Bencic. Had the chance to close it out in her previous service game, was broken. But another opportunity here for the 12th seed, world number 10, to move through to round number 4. And Laura Robson has decamped from the commentary box down courtside. She's going to be doing the interview, but it appears that Bencic has this back in control.
Yeah, and that's a really positive point to start off the game. She's just gone for a bit more on the backhand. That side's been working so nicely today. Just pulled off it a couple of times. The score line was getting tighter and the finish line was getting closer, didn't she?
Food.
Love.
A few words coming from Team Bencic at the moment, Tess, and of just letting her know all is good, not to panic.
Certainly no panic there. Again, absorbing the pressure. Good return from Giorgi. 3 match points now for Belinda Bencic. A strong finish and a message to the women's singles fields. Belinda Bencic is preparing for a big run for this women's singles title at Australian Open 2023. A straight sets win over a dangerous opponent. And now she can smile because she's through to the 4th round here again. A tremendous performance. Camilla Giorgi can be especially dangerous at times, but just blunted all of her weapons today. As Camilla Giorgi leads the court pretty quickly. On the 3rd round exit, the 7th time now. Or 6th time, I should say, that she's been to the 3rd round, but no further. 2016 is the last time that Belinda Bencic made it through to the 4th round here in Melbourne. She'll be looking to go much deeper into the 2nd week here at Melbourne Park. Performance than you would expect to the world number 10. What would you expect of a player in such great form? A title winner last week. And some great results at the United Cup as well, representing Switzerland. Ending to last season. See, everything is in place and looking good. Imagine she'd be pretty happy. She's on court now with our very own Laura Robson.
Well, Belinda, you led the head-to-head coming into today, but you hadn't played each other since 2019. Was there anything that you felt you had to do different? We all know how dangerous Camilla can be out here.
Yeah, I think it's just a focus throughout all the match. You never know when she can come back and start, firing winners left and right from you. And she obviously plays very explosive and really fast. So I think to stay mentally there on the court all the time, and also find this balance between trying to put the ball in the court and also be aggressive yourself. So I'm really happy that worked well. I'm happy I got a second chance to serve it out. But overall, I think it was a great match.
Well, that second chance to serve it out, you sat down, things were getting a little tight in the scoreline. What did you tell yourself in that last changeover?
I just tried to relax. I mean, my coach was showing me relax. So yeah, that's what I try to do. Sometimes it can get a little bit tense, and you want to do everything a little bit better, but sometimes it's just enough to just keep doing what worked, and yeah, just let your arms loose.
Easier said than done. This has been an unbelievable start to the season for you. This is your 9th win already of 2023. What has clicked over the last 6 weeks in the preseason for you to come out here and play your best?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of credit goes to my coach as well. We started working in end of October before the Fed Cup, the Billie Jean King Cup, and yeah, I mean it's working really well. We are working hard, and I'm changing some things. I'm out of my comfort zone. I'm yeah, just trying to do things better on the court, trying to be more disciplined, and just keep improving my game. And so far it's working well. So hopefully I can keep it up. But I'm really happy with the start of the season.
Don't give him all the credit. You're the one out here. You need to take a bit of that for yourself. Will you be watching your opponents? They're on later today. You play either Sabalenka or Mertens, two very different game styles.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to be watching. I mean, I'm watching a lot of tennis. I go back to the hotel, I'm at the courts all day, and then I just switch on my TV, my iPad, my phone, and watch all the matches. So I'm as crazy as maybe many tennis fans here. And so yeah, I'll be watching more tennis and definitely watching more my opponents. And yeah, just happy to be in the second week.
Good luck in the next round. Congratulations to Belinda Bencic.
And thank you to Laura Robson as well. 6-2, 7-5, the final scoreline. 1 hour and 40 minutes on court, and everything looking positive. Big match, whoever she plays there, Sabalenka or Mertens, and a real opportunity in this section, the bottom half of the women's singles draw. For one of these players, and certainly Bencic has to be considered right up there. A player that can move through. Yep. And it'll be good to have you in the second week too, Belinda. Lining up for autographs. She might be out there for a little while, actually, trying to sign all the tennis balls. It's a fair way down, actually. Got to be careful. Players have been hit on the head with tennis balls along the way. We'll have a look at the stats. The big thing for me, 77% of returns into play for Bencic. Fast serve from Georgie. It did put her under pressure. You see 32 unforced errors to 23. Hit more winners, but making more errors along the way. That's what you would expect from Camilla Giorgi. But kept it nicely under control. Plenty of breakpoint opportunities opened up for Bencic there. And you can see there the point spread as well, particularly in that first set. Did tighten up a little bit in the second set. There was an exchange of breaks either way, but the signs all positive for Belinda Bencic, getting through in 1 hour and 40 minutes and ready and refreshed for week number 2 here at Melbourne Park. And who will she play? Well, we'll find out a little bit later on. Sabalenka and Mertens, the winner there. You've got Donna Vekic already through, Fruhvirtova and Vondrousova, bottom part of the draw, and then Lynette Alexandrova, that'll be out here later on tonight. Sigemund and Garcia. Garcia in excellent form. She got Karolina Pliskova. She's got big match experience on the big courts, and she's going to be maybe one to watch as well. Yes, that's a good idea, putting it on the string. Try and sign them. A bit hard to get the selfie from this position on the court, but she can sign out all she likes because she got the afternoon off and the day off. A good win for Belinda Bencic, the 12th seed, getting through over Camilla Giorgi 6-2, 7-5, and moving through to the 4th round here at the Australian Open for 2023.
Good afternoon, welcome to Rod Laver Arena, or at least for the players, the bowels of Rod Laver Arena for men's third round singles encounter between the Australian Alex de Minaur, 22nd seed, and the Frenchman Benjamin Bonzi, who's done a great job to get to this stage in his second Australian Open, first time to a Grand Slam third round, so a big moment for him. There he is in the player control area waiting for de Minaur and the officials. There's Alex, just experienced campaigner, just walked straight past David Colbert alongside John Alexander, and we've discussed before we came on air here, this is a good draw for Alex de Minaur when you get to this stage, but as we've seen throughout this tournament, the unfancied players are putting up a great show. So Bonzi's been good enough to get to this point. He's good enough to beat Alex de Minaur. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, David. How are you? Yes, he's well, no match is easy. If somebody's gotten through to the third round, they're playing well, and as is Alex. But Alex would have to look at this in general as a pretty good draw. There are so many incredibly dangerous players in the draw, as we've seen it. Holger Rune on outside court at the moment in battle. I mean, one of the most dangerous players in the world on his good days. Cameron Norrie losing yesterday to one of the up-and-comers, and there's just so many incredibly good young players. But, and this is well, he's not all that young, but he's progressing well, as is Alex.
Yeah, big moment for him. So, and a big court, first time on Rod Laver Arena. So as he marches down the hallway of champions and looks at all of those names left and right, it's a big moment for de Minaur, more experienced. He knows what it's like to be on this court, playing in some big matches. And of course, we'll have the advantage of the home crowd, because Rod Laver Arena, the most bipartisan of all the courts here at Melbourne Park, but still a heavy home ground advantage, if you like, for Alex de Minaur. So we're just about ready for the introductions of the players, and we can join our courtside announcer.
Day 6, men's singles third round action. Would you please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from France, Benjamin Bonzi. And their opponent this afternoon, please welcome from Australia, Alex de Minaur.
Warm reception, as you would expect, and Alex de Minaur arrives with a fridge of his own. He's obviously in for a big afternoon and promises to be thirsty work, because he has brought his own supplies, and there's probably half a dozen bottles there. If we take a look at the draw here, see at the top Rublev and Evans, which was in operation earlier, just getting, in fact still going. Humbert, as you mentioned, has started, and down the bottom Dimitrov and Djokovic, which will be held here tonight. So the winner of this will play the winner of Dimitrov and the 9-time champion Novak Djokovic in the fourth round. Dimitrov has been there before. Last year lost to Jannik Sinner in the fourth round. Benjamin Bonzi, the 26-year-old, just his second Australian Open. He's been to the second round of all the Grand Slams till now, so he's a third round debutant. More of the details of both players after the instructions.
Alex, this is Fletcher. He's going to do the coin toss. So after the coin toss, if we just do a photo. The same conditions as the previous match. Alex, if I can ask you to use the red towel boxes, please, and Benjamin the blue, please. Do you have any questions? Fletcher, he wants to ask you, Alex.
I'll go AO.
AO. Receive. Okay, perfect. Turn around there, Fletcher.
That has been a real trend. The player who has won the toss invariably has chosen
Alex,
to receive.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, you're going to go off that way to my
On trend. Loser of the toss doesn't seem to give much thought as to which end to play from. Whether to force his opponent to be looking towards the sun or looking at the breeze to see which end would be more favourable.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice from Bonzi because we're approaching 2:45 local time, so the sun is a little bit of a factor from the end that he will serve from to commence proceedings. As we take a look a little closer at the 26-year-old from France, career ranking of 48, high of 44 from July 2022, expected to go inside of that once this tournament is complete. Hasn't won any titles but did have 2 semi-finals last year. Got a couple of challenger titles and those semi-finals in Marseille and Mallorca. One of 2 Frenchmen still alive in the men's draw, along with Hugo Humbert, who's currently in that match with Holger Rune. And as we've also said, making the 3rd round of the Grand Slam for the first time. And there's Alex de Minaur, just 23 years of age, number 24, has been as high as 15, 6 titles to his name, including a win in Atlanta last year. Had 47 wins last year, which is a good achievement. 4 semi-finals. Had a good United Cup where he beat Rafael Nadal, lost narrowly to Cam Norrie, and has been in good form here. A straight sets win over Sue and then a 4-setter over Adrian Manarino. So back-to-back Frenchman for de Minaur. Did you bring your banana costume, John, for the commentary today? A little disappointed that you haven't got that on.
Yes, no, many are.
Colourful characters.
Quite a sizable difference in their career prize money. Benjamin at 1.8 million in total, and Alex at 7.9, which will be over 8 by this stage in the tournament. That's calculated into the total earnings.
So they have had 2 previous encounters, 3 if you count a futures event back in 2016, but the Davis Cup and Stockholm both last year, de Minaur winning both, and the win predictor, as you would expect given the rankings and the resume, 69% in favour of the Australian. 22 degrees at the moment, warmer than that on court and warmer than that when the direct sunlight is beating down. Feels hotter than that around the precinct. Bonzi, runner-up in Pune on the way here to tell Greek sport, and his 2 encounters here beat Bellucci 4 sets and then a really good win. And this is the thing, I think, John, talk about what the potential is over the 14 seed by Carina Busta in 5 sets. So that's a good victory for Bonzi, and if he can do that to Carina Busta, he can stretch Alex de Minaur.
And often a really tough match like that brings a player of peak form.
1 minute, gentlemen, 1 minute.
So de Minaur, like Bonzi, has got a compatriot in action still. Alexei Popyrin in action. And it's a day that 2 good mates grew up playing junior tennis together, living as neighbours in Spain, and their families both moved there.
Seconds.
But in this individual sport, this day, it's all about these 2 combatants.
course, training in Spain, they play a great deal on clay courts, which helps in the development of the game, the ability to, or the need to structure points and play safely from the back of the court. Whereas a lot of players who grow up on the faster hard courts sort of play target tennis. And the first shot they see that they can have a whack at, they have a whack at. So these players both are more mature in the way they play the game, are more tennis players than just hitters of tennis balls. Bring their brain to the game, aware of the percentages and the value of being steady from the back of the court, but when there's a chance to attack decisively, move as close to the net, which has been a real feature of this event, because a number of years now players have tended not to close in as much as they could have. Catching a lot of volleys just around the service line or inside the service line. There's such an advantage being able to take the volley closer to the net and really put it away, close the point out.
First set, Benjamin Bonzi. Ready, play. Love 15.
A positive start will be important for Bonzi here, because he knows the Australian de Minaur is a demon by name and nickname.
Love 14.
Maybe a little early match nerves from Benjamin. 3 unforced errors, just pressing a little bit imprudently, perilously close to the line from beyond the baseline. The winner wasn't going to happen, making his 3rd error. Pretty solid second ball at 159 Ks. Mountain of spin on it, only kicking up high. Alex's shoulder height. 6 feet tall. As is Benjamin.
30-14.
1.83 meters.
He won't want to let this slip, de Minaur, after getting the 3 break points in his opening service game. Don't want to let that opportunity slide. It's not a great start when you have a number of break points in the opening game and fail to convert. Lost opportunity. Deuce.
No advantage.
Bonzi taking a tumble there, looks okay.
Concerned Alex coming to see if he is all right.
Chair Alison Hughes also asking the question. It was quite a heavy fall, wasn't it?
A real tumble. Let's see what happened. Oh, and he's rolling on his right angle rather than sprain it, and went with the fall. So quick thinking.
So Demonor took 4 attempts. Leighton, Hewitt, Peter Luchak both working with Demonor in the box. They're satisfied with the opening service break. So some anxious moments. Interesting opening game, wasn't it? With Bonzi down low 40. There's that right foot. He's done well there, hasn't he? He's balancing on the tiptoes.
Very good move and a very nice little tumble. It's the sort of thing I do. Not. And the problem with these courts is that they've got terrific grip. And some of the players try to slide on them. They expect to slide, but when they don't get the slide, it's their ankle that rolls.
So Demonor very strong if he gets the early break. 78% conversion to the set. Been working on trying to heavy up the first service delivery. Wants to get a little more power on that. Something that he's been working on with his longtime coach, Adolfo Gutierrez. So Peter Luchak in the box next to Leighton Hewitt. He's been brought in to travel with Alex Demonor to a number of tournaments this year. Hard yards for the coaches that are on the circuit for the entire year, particularly when they've done it for many years. Tony Roach back there as well.
First serve.
A few generations of knowledge there, John. You, from those that imparted their wisdom to Tony, Tony to Leighton, Leighton to Alex.
And Tony, the beneficiary of being able to practice with some local Sydney guys when he was young, Ken Rosewell and Lou Hode. He was practicing with them because there was no left-handed professional just before Laver turned professional, having won the Grand Slam in '62.
At the old White City.
That's it, on the grass at White City. And he in turn has helped generations of players. Most people know him as a great coach, but he was also a great player, French champion, runner-up at Wimbledon. In the first Open, Rod Laver. Lost to Rod Laver in the semi-finals of the first Australian Open, played at Milton in 1969 in a memorable 5-set match.
This is the sort of work that Bonzi's capable of producing. Demonor, again, like the serve trying to come into the net a little more.
Net Russia would tell you if they can do that more than 5 out of 10 times, they're too good.
So Dimonor consolidates that opening break. Leads 2-love.
Alex's serve really is looking better. The technical fault that he's had is that his shoulders had been too open and he didn't get a full shoulder rotation through the impact, not his full natural throwing action. You can see that now his shoulders have gone a little bit past the 90 degrees to the target line. Benjamin weighs in 180 pounds or 82 kilos, quite a bit heavier than Alex. Just 162 pounds or 60.
I never 100% believe the weights that players put on their bios. Some like to, pimp it up a little bit. Others, I'm actually 5 kilograms lighter than they actually are.
Yeah.
Hard to get away with the height, but it's a bit easier with the weight. Yeah, it's a weapon from Dimonor from the back of the court. Good to see John McEnroe here.
13-50.
And this ball just not quite at a good enough depth and pace to stop Alex from getting around it. He gets around it, takes advantage. Essential ingredient, a little bit of luck.
30.
After some great hitting from both players in the back of the court. 3 key ingredients: depth, pace and spin.
He obviously thought it was going wide, Bonzi, because he wasn't too far away. Good response.
40-30.
So it usually works. When the ball comes partially off the frame, it doesn't travel as cleanly through the air, and it's harder to judge. And he could easily have felt the ball was going long, but because it didn't come off the center of the racket, it dropped quickest and spin, less power. This is where Alex is so tough, competing point after point after point. The early break, pushing for a second one.
Couple of unforced errors in a row from Bonzi when he's had the opportunity to finish off De Minaur in this game, desperate to hold serve.
That is a bad miss. Benjamin did everything right. Closed in close to the net, had the volley on top of the net, shoulder height. Didn't need to hit it anywhere near the line to win the point. And that results in another break point for Alex. Oh, 3-love.
Deuce.
That's good play from Bonzi. Both players standing right up to the baseline. De Minaur a fraction further back, but not much. Bonzi operating generally from right on it.
That's the problem when you're taken wide. You've got to go back wide to force your opponent to come back to you. Going into the centre allowed Benjamin to exploit the angles.
So survives the 2 break points and gets on the board. Benjamin Bonzi. De Minaur with the break leads 2-1. Important service hold for the Frenchman there.
While he is down 2-1 with a break, things could be much worse for Benjamin. He's faced 5 break points, saved 4 of them, and he's third of 1. So while he is in the lead, he so easily could be up 2 breaks at 3-love. But at early days, the players just settling down. Alex, the more experienced of the 2 players, a world of experience,
Please, try to see quickly, thank you.
Australian Open, the championship
Time.
that he would probably most like to win. He has a real chance, as virtually anybody still on the draw does. His results over 5 sets, when you think he's such a fit player, not as good as what you might expect, just 3 wins and 5 losses. So often it's who you have lost. You might have come up against some really tough guy. There's your average Joe.
Alex De Minaur with the early break here in the first set.
Love 15.
Faults. There is such a thing as a good double fault. There is some very, very well played second serve that just missed the service line, pushing for good depth. 154. 130.
A couple of doubles, and then moving forward rapidly to make the most of the little door that was open. 3 break-back points.
First serve, the Australia about halfway up the net. If an optimist.
Bonzi gets the break back. And for Demonor, who had a couple of break points on the previous service game, could have been 3-love up. Strong hold of serve, and the set's almost done. All of a sudden finds himself back on an even keel here. Possibly going out, but Bonzi wasn't going to take the chance. Puts it away.
I think he did the right thing. That speed of Alex chasing that one down, forcing him to play one more shot.
Well, past hands. Jewel at the net.
15.
So quick, just cantering up to this one, but unfortunate catch the top of the net, which will reprieve to Benjamin. Great reflexes.
So it's been an interesting battle when either players come into the net, neither being particularly successful. Bonzi 4 from 7. even or 0 and 2. Only due to the good play from the other end. That one not right out of the middle, but it was good enough. What did you say, 0 and 5?
Winning proposition to come to the net. No real need to go that close to the line with that overhead. Struck ball from the three-quarter court, taking it early, just giving an extra edge closer to the line, resulting in the winner to save the break point. Early days, Alex has already had 6 break points. 1 break, 3 break points.
Deuce.
See the screen in front of the player box. You can dial up the stats and have a look at specifically what your player's doing. They're tailored for each of the individuals on the court. Of course, the general stats available to everybody via the Australian Open app, but for deeper analysis, they deliver directly to the player. Too many coaches making the most of that information. So then they can relay that to their player. The player can ask a question, kind of a deep conversation, but the coach can certainly talk to the player. He needs some counselling here if he drops his service. It's not the first time he's been able to produce a shot like that, Benjamin Bonzi.
Real mistake for Alex. Running around, hit the forehand from well wide of the court. He goes with the off forehand, which leaves the line open. And Benjamin says, thank you very much. Theory of only coming to the net down the line. Sound theory.
Well, that one hung in the air, didn't it? And everybody was riding it.
Well, he's going down the line. Drop volley, given where he'd hit it from, the service line, is as good as you could have done. No one else in this tournament could have got that on the first bounce.
Serious speed. Well, I know it hasn't been that successful, the forays to the net, but it makes for entertaining tennis. Attacker, the defender having to go on to the attack. We talked about the court. That is leaving some rubber, some tread. That's
the skid mark has been an accident.
It's got to be 2.5 metres. There it is. Look at that.
I was being a little tricky when I said no one else in the tournament. Left out Jason Zheng, lost in the first round. Alexei Popman, he was incredibly fleet of foot.
Advantage Bonzi.
Well, that's just plain bad luck. Just centimetres outside of the line. Beautifully struck passing shot down the line.
Game Bonzi.
Well, again, Bonzi finds a way to extricate himself, and now he finds himself in front on the scoreboard. 3-2. This set could have been over in the 30 minutes that we've been playing. Benjamin Bonzi's fought back well after the opening loss of serve. He's had break points on all of his service games so far.
1, 2, 3.
Huge number of fans in and around Melbourne Park today. Lots of things to see and do. The outside courts, if you don't have a designated ticket. And, that area there, Grand Slam Oval, with the magnificent shade that's been introduced this year. And if you're not here with the commentary box, a pretty good spot to be. But those courtside seats look like they are a pretty good place to be. That's VIP. If Alex de Minaur skids around the court on that side, he'll be in there drinking the champagne with them.
Well, I think Alex will be having a drink until well after this match, if even then they're recovering regimen. But some of the percentages. Alex running at just 42%. It is early days, 42% of first serves in. Benjamin at 69%. 8 points and only converted 8 break points from only converted 1. That's the problem there.
He can generate them, can't he? Some of that's due to the brilliance of Bonzi being able to repel. So de Minaur had the ascendancy early on serve.
Shoulders to the target line, probably 45 degrees less. Roger Federer's serve at the back scratching point. Little
30.
Shoulder rotation. He's moving as well on arm serves. There's his shoulders actually lying well to the right of the target.
De Minaur holds to love.
3 games all first sets.
And he'd like to have that fourth game back, wouldn't he? His 2 double faults quickly raced out to 3 break points. Bonzi broke serve.
Settled down and played an excellent game. Yes, it must be frustrating when he's so hard to get the break. He's had chances for more breaks, and then to really give his serve away with the game with 2 double faults, 50% of the points that were required.
Love 15.
So we're halfway through the first set. I get the feeling that Benjamin still hasn't settled down. That's sort of an early set, early nerves error to make that from the back of the court and really not on the net, missing the top net by distance.
He's been under such pressure on his serve. Each of the service games so far, he's had break points, so that's got to contribute to the anxiety levels. And again, give de Minaur a little opening. He'll do just that.
Really stranded mid-court, not knowing which way to go.
Love 14.
It's been a regular refrain on Bonzi's serve. He's struggled early, fights back, and will be desperate to put this one away.
Quite handy with his feet.
And the pressure has been tremendous on serve.
He's saved 9 break points so far. You'd go for a couple of matches and not save that many break points.
4th service game. 9 break points. Saves another one. There's no breakpoint curse here for Bonzi, is there? That's been a lot of discussion about the Netflix series and what it's meant to players that have featured in it. There's one remaining. But at the moment here, getting the breakpoints easy. Finishing it off a little harder. Stressful business watching tennis.
Advantage, de Minaur.
He's got to finish this one off. Really, this set should be over. Bonzi's done such a good job to hang in. That was a disappointing way for that to end, but the Demonor finally converts and leads 4-3 as the break once again.
Well, strange contest so far.
First double fault for Bonzi.
Having saved 10 break points, Straw then can finally concede one in that elementary way with a double fault. Double faults have played a critical role. But Alex really conceded half the points required with 2 double faults when he was broken back early in the set. But maybe the players will settle now. Some of the baseline rallies, I think, have seen them both at their best. They've had that full power spin, depth combination.
Time.
Look across Yarra, music bowl, music venue, Botanic Gardens, Government House, the famous tan running track, looks around that area. Beautiful day in Melbourne.
The last couple of days have been absolutely just perfect for tennis, as opposed to day 2 and day 3. We had heat and then storms. So the heat rule prevailed on the Tuesday, and then some time lost, and then on Wednesday, rain started to play on the courts.
Two service games to love in a row for Alex de Minaur.
It's 5 games to 3 first.
And that's somewhat attributable to his first serve hitting the mark more often. He was down 42% of his first couple of games on serve, now I think at 55%.
And when it does go in, he's won 9 of 11 as well, so it's improved that, and you can widen the margin here. Bonzi now serving to stay in this opening set. Service has been a difficult assignment for him.
15.
Second serve right in the corner. 56. They don't come much better than that.
.206 the serve there, just short of the fastest so far in the match for him. 210. Heavy power though on the first delivery.
Technique on this forehand volley, moving in quickly to take it as close to the net as he could, really crouching over the ball. Some high defensive lob, this time safely away on the bounce.
So he's dropped 3 of his 4 service games in this opening set. Bonzi hasn't had a service game without a break point. Close to closing this one out. But you've got to be clever to be Demonor at the net, and he's right on top of it. So fast, good anticipation.
So quick. Started off from behind the baseline and made it easily. Put the ball while it was still high enough for him to totally control it. And then all over the angle.
So once again, break point, this time for set point.
Beautifully judged. Benjamin tried a serve volley off the second serve for the first time. This off two-hander beating him soundly. The first off two-hander from the first court that Alex has played, so the element of surprise contributing to that winner.
Good placement from Bonzi, who again has been good when defending 14 break points, saved 12.
Weight of Benjamin's ground strokes picking up, finishing at anything but short. Excellently.
Well, another escape from Bonzi.
Needs 5 games to 4 first.
de Minaur, though, with the break, will serve for the first set. Well, he's allowing the Frenchman to stay in this, Alex de Minaur. Got off to a fast start, could have easily been 4-love up pretty quickly. Good service games from de Minaur since his serve was broken in the 4th game. Bonzi's he's a defending machine, saving 12 of the 14 break points that de Minaur has been able to generate in the Frenchman's serve. Approaching 3:45 in the afternoon. Melbourne. Temperature in the low 20s, hot in the sun. Nancy's having his Bucks day at the tennis. Best wishes to him. So Alex de Minaur been good on serve the last 2 service games, has been broken though.
Thank you.
On one occasion in this set that has had a bit of everything, hasn't it?
Well, again, some evidence. Benjamin's picking up the pace and the accuracy. That ball is centimetres inside the sideline, and this one taken early from just inside the baseline and barely drilled down the line. Alex by metres. Again, closing in right on top of the net. A big swing on the volley, just safely punched away. And Alex serving for the first set.
What a seesawing affair this is. If you had predicted most of what's gone on this first set. You're a soothsayer. Breaks of serve, opportunities everywhere. And now to break back. Bounce before it got to the net. Bonzi breaks back, and that's the reaction from the Australian fans in the stands.
They're just shocked. Just absolutely shocked. Broken at love in this final smash. It was pretty brave taking it in the air from right back there. That ball was going to land centimetres from the baseline. It was a great defensive lob. Alex chose to take the risk and take it on the fly.
So 55 minutes. 5 apiece. Could have been over half an hour ago, this opening set. And you kind of get the feeling here that Bonzi's going to get the set. Just in the bones. He's hung in there, he's hung in there.
That's just un-Australian.
Well, we're calling for the international audience, John. And
he's got the edge at this stage.
Yeah, you just feel it.
The edge and power. He's got some momentum and a lot of disappointment on the other end of the court. Lost opportunities. Unforced errors. 8 for Dimino, 19 for Bonzi.
Big tale, though, has been his capacity to save the break points. 12 of 14, and a lot of those saves have been from his good play, not from errors from Demonor.
Yes, he has been quite magnificent under pressure. The break point that was won by Demonor was through a double fault.
Some luck, but hasn't had that much go his way. Previous service game, he got to 30 love and then let Demonor back in and save 2 set points in the end. Now he's a few game points here. Well, Bonzi holds serve. Leads 6-5. Demonor now will have to serve to stay in the opening set. I don't think the crowd at Rod Laver Arena can really quite believe what's unfolding before them here as we approach the hour mark. From an Australian perspective, it's been a bemusing opening set. Full credit to the Frenchman, though, who's managed to weather the storm of break points, the problems he's had on his own serve.
And the real trend here is that Benjamin has slightly greater weight off the ground, maybe a slightly stronger serve also. Alex makes fewer errors. It's 9 to 19 unforced errors. And the big factor has been the number of break points saved.
Well, big pressure now for Demonor after
Thank you, players ready. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Having 2 set points, serve for the set. Now having to serve to stay in it.
Point of tennis. Great defense here with the ball sliding down the line to centimetres inside, but Alex finding the angle. That low ball, having to apply as much topspin as he could to get the ball over the net and back down into court. Under extreme pressure. Pretty much as big as Alex serves a first ball, 194. So off to tiebreak. Now 1 minute of bemusing, pulsating, entertaining, sometimes confusing tennis. Well, that's the sort of game you need to have, or would like to have, going into a tiebreak. A little confidence booster for Alex. Served well, hit the ball well from the back court. An exquisite touch on this last one. I thought he did a little too fine to begin with. Look at that, just creeping over the net by the finest of margin. Now look at the second set, first point of the tiebreak.
Only just made it. It was a vicious swipe.
With intent. Alex using his extraordinary speed. This ball was hit just beyond the baseline. When he saw the damage done, he makes a very quick move to the net, well inside the service line, so he can cut off the angle of it. Forces the error.
Bonzi's done such a good job to hang in there this opening set through all the service breaks, all the pressure that de Minaur's put on him.
On past statistics, you'll need about a 6-love lead in order to convert one of the set points. It's 1 in 7 at the moment. And the break, and he's headed there.
5-0. So the set on de Minaur's racket now. 2 serves to come. Sort of summed up the set, really, hasn't it? It's been such a strange affair. de Minaur's been the most dominant player by a significant margin, but the scoreline hasn't looked like that at all, and it looked like Bonzi might be able to pinch it. And we've come to the tiebreak when it's been so close, and all of a sudden it's 6-love.
In break points, he's only converted 1 of 7 average. So that would theoretically make this duel a contest.
So finally, de Minaur puts the opening set away. 1 hour and 6 minutes. Well, have you seen a more dominant set from one player that went the distance and then got to a tiebreak and was 1-love? That's first serve percentage for de Minaur, just 50%. It's 81% of them when they go in. Unforced errors from Bonzi high. Breakpoint saves magnificent with play like that. That's why we like the game, John. The unscripted drama of live sport had a bit of everything.
Great trainer of tennis players and other athletes used to say, Les Grono, anything can happen in a stick and a ball sport.
Yeah, it probably will. But that was a strange one. I think if you're in de Minaur's coaching box, Rafael Gutierrez, people say Tony Roach, he's got to finish him off. You can't let opportunities that he's had go by as the tournament goes on. It'll be, if he had those opportunities against Novak Djokovic, Djokovic will come back and wipe the floor pretty quickly. As the door's open, you've got to ram through.
Yeah, on the other side, looking optimistically, Alex's point of view, he'd probably rather win a first set after more than an hour of play and some tough points, because he is so fit, and you would think that the longer the match goes, the harder it is, he's got an advantage.
He's a masochist.
Please finish it quickly. Thank you.
So what will this one produce? The second set here, after all the dramatics of the first, de Minaur taking it in the tiebreaker to love.
Second set, de Minaur.
We'll open proceedings here in the second.
30 love.
Stopped a run of 14 points. There's no service going before the tiebreaker. Love. So, quite a run.
So strong opening.
Continuing on from where it left off late in the first set, serving with confidence.
Summer Saturday in Melbourne, for the weekend of the opening Grand Slam of 2023. Crowd in at Rod Laver Arena and throughout the precinct enjoying the tennis action.
I'd like to know the attendance today because it looks everything that it was on the first day, which was a record of 7,900 and a couple more.
Again, the fast feet of Demonor. Beneficiary of the net court, but once the opportunity's there, charges in.
That move coming late, David, his speed to the net. Literally after the ball bounce, he made his move. From so far behind the baseline, and from the adjoining postcode, still managed to hit it on the baseline.
That's what's happening here, John. Ticket's got a break point.
He's got no problem getting the break points. It's converting them. So let's see if his fortune improves in this set.
So he gets the early break. As he did in the first set, goes out to a 2-love lead. Really, other than that double fault we talked about earlier, it's the first time there's been an error from Bonzi with the break point. He's been so good in defending. Kind of feel that the dam wall might be about to burst.
Loss of confidence on the overhead for Alex. So they just about whiffed one. Didn't make it to the net. Pretty makeable. Right back after being stunned with an early break. He's taking some extra time trying to compose himself as well as secure the early break. Things might be flowing his way and love 40.
Immediate break back.
Nibbles, please, Bolshevich. General leads 2 games to 1, second set.
That's very unlike Alex to make such an unforced error. Reckless attempt at a drop volley on a break point. He's pretty good at making his opponents win points. It really counts. There's been some strange ebbs and flows in this match to this point. No real damage done. He's leading 2-1, but he's lost the vital break.
You just had the feeling that the ascendancy was after such a dominant tie break, wins the opening 2 games, but then hands it back straight away.
Time.
It's an amazing event, the Australian Open. The number of people that come to the tennis and don't actually see any tennis other than on the big screen. They're here for the party and the atmosphere and all of that. That's why you can have 77,000 patrons coming through the gates. Big crowd in here at Laver Arena.
Wondering us how was the play? And the answer was the pins and the strawberries were wonderful.
Yeah. New balls here. Question on everyone's lips. Can Bonzi hold serve?
Love 15.
No rhyme or reason for this match. moment. That is a typical point from Alex. With solid deep drives, seizing the opportunity to attack, does so decisively. A very good margin inside the lines.
Again, 3 break points. So in a set, the 3 games that we've had so far, he's given up more break points than he did in the entire 4-set match in the first round. Second round, it was a 5-setter. He saved. He's good at saving them. 15 of 18 he saved in the 5-set match against Karina Buster. 12 of 15 in the first round match. Dimonov gets the immediate break back, 3-1. So I guess if you're going to give up so many, you've got to be good at saving them. Otherwise, you lose 6-love, 6-love, 6-love.
One of the unusual things Alex is doing, he's standing up closer to the baseline to return the first serve than the second serve. That might well be because the Bonzi second serve has depth and spin. Barron's big. So he's got to
Love 15. baseline, take the ball just a couple of metres off the net. Safe technique, face presented to the ball. No swing. Urging himself on, trying to desperately hold on to serve, having secured the vital break.
15-30.
So it was tight, wasn't it? But Dimonor managed a couple of big points back into that game and leads now 4-1.
Well, it wasn't without a few headaches, the holding of that previous game, 15-30. Jenny is serving better, getting high percentage of her serves in. 60% so far this set as opposed to 53% overall.
Well, the reaction from Dimonor when he sat down sort of said it all, didn't it? Come on, this is, I've got to finish this off. And so many opportunities in that opening set. And race through the tiebreak to love.
And this is important to win these matches as comfortably as you can. As Pete Sampras said time and again, he's very good at winning Grand Slams. You can't win a Grand Slam in the first week, but you can lose it. You can lose it by either being eliminated or by being run into the ground. I mean, when you've got the chance to have an easy match, a relatively easy match, and win in 3 straight sets, that's what you need to do. You need to lock it down.
Hashtag AusOpen for your Instagram work in the crowd. Bonzi, as we know, the trouble has been on the serve. Dimonor leading 4-1. That's not what Bonzi needs. The net court all of a sudden being his enemy as well.
Behind the baseline for the serve.
Love 13.
I'm really not happy with that miss. Neither player overly confident overhead today. One nursed in.
So just the 4th ace. Benjamin Bonzi. Corner. It's the spot. Oh, that's just magnificent from Dimonor. He was like an F1 high-octane machine chasing that one down. He's on his way.
From outside of the doubles court. Too much the same on the other side. And look at a slap shot across court. High risk shot. was his only chance of winning the point because he was going to be so far out of the court. The momentum from running from wide of the court on one side to wide of the court on the other. There's no retrieving the next ball. He had to make the winner, and he did. And now, right at the point. Which really doesn't mean anything for Alex today.
That's the mantra. He said wants to be more relaxed, worry less.
Times, but had a peek over and decided to come back. There's no rule as to how tight the net should be pulled. The softer it's pulled, the more generous it is for letting balls over.
So Bonzi's done well there. Again, repels a service break. He's been good at that. 13 of the 17 that he's faced, he's been able to save. It's just one break still in this. Dimonor would really love to have the insurance break. Serving here at 4-2.
As you would often expect with Alex Dimonor, running further, but maybe in less time. It's hard and long, doesn't tire.
Second serve. Back to you.
To 31, favouring Alex. Unforced errors.
shot to service game. 5-2.
But now, classic combination in today's tennis, the serve backed up by the three-quarter court forehand for the winner. The modern iteration of serve volley of previous decades. Some highlights there it is, that serve, good serve in the centre that time, opening up more room in the backhand corner. And good solid margin. And his team didn't do it. Was Alex's idol growing up, Tony Roach.
Big crowd, Melbourne Park on this summer Saturday. Good crowd in at Rod Laver Arena. And this match has been the story of the serve of Benjamin Bonzi, really, through to the Grand Slam third round for the first time. And he has had great difficulty in holding serve. He's managed to save an incredible 13 of his 17 break points that he's faced. Exchange of breaks in the opening set got to a tie break, and De Minaur won it 7 points to love. And again, struggling to hold serve in his second set, down a break. Serving to stay in it. Oh, the work rate of De Minaur, and he's still got the legs to run around and celebrate. Brilliant.
Alex has a great set of wheels from way outside of the baseline and the sideline to make it up here easily. Very well controlled shot. Misjudges this and realizes the hook shot would be the hard one, so I'll try that.
Well, you have to admire that from Bonzi, what he's been able to do. Save the 2 set points in the opening set before we got to the tiebreaker. De Minaur still has one here.
Those 2 points.
Sprints.
Says it all. Those 2 points and the break points were beautifully played by Benjamin.
Advantage, Bonzi.
Statistically, it just makes Alex's inability to convert the break points even more stark. 4 out of 19. If Alex had converted half of those break points, the match would pretty much be over.
Yep, he'd be in the locker room.
He would have done an Elvis by now. He would have left the building.
Thank you very much.
Elvis Smiley is here today. This Smiley's son, champion golfer. Craig Lowney, Member of Parliament, the seat of Reed. He subjects all sorts of people.
One of the hallmarks of this has been that neither player is able to finish his opponent off on many of these games. Some lengthy ones, the hour and 42 minutes to date. To juice. Again, the depth from de Minaur, impressive.
Advantage, de Minaur.
So de Minaur, it's a little easier than the opening set, but he gets the second 6-2 and now is in a commanding position.
Alex's conversion rate has improved. It was at 1 in 7, and now it's 1 in 4. And in this set, 3 in 6.
So the first serve percentage improved marginally. Unforced errors reduced from de Minaur. He's been ahead on the count. It's a little more accurate in this second set. But for Bonzi, you just can't keep giving up the number of break points that he's been giving to de Minaur.
Players struggling when they miss the first serve in this past set. 27% success rate for Alex, and 38%. I mean 27 for Benjamin, and 38% for Alex. Two sets of love is a very handy lead. Scrappy match to this point.
So after winning the tiebreaker to love, that second set of 6-2 was more like what we saw in the first set. Just the scoreline was completely different. Diminor's been so dominant here. He's dropped a couple of his own service games, but he's been so punishing on the Bonzi serve. In the first set, wasn't able to convert that to the scoreboard. He did in the second, and now he's well in command here. The open proceedings in the third set.
Thank you, players are ready. Thank you.
Service game very comfortably to Love. And the big challenge for Bonzi now is to work out how to improve his own serve and then do some damage on the Diminor serve. His tactic at the moment is to run Diminor around, and that doesn't really work because that's standard operating procedure for the Australian.
Well, what he's got to cut down on is the unforced errors. He's run 46 versus 16. Alex, he's got greater weight of shot, too many errors. Quite a few of those errors go into the net, just not giving the ball enough flight, enough shape over the net.
Well, that's the movement that Diminor's trademark is all about. He's so fast to get into position. And look at the racket speed.
And Benjamin hesitant to come in and only barely making the service line, so vulnerable to the angle across court. Hesitating from doing the baseline, not at the same speed as Alex to make a good net position.
from the top of the net. Just not giving himself that margin. First time in this match.
And another break. And for the third set in a row, Ceremonial leads 2-love.
The unforced errors mounting up and really having an impact on Bonzi.
So Bonzi served 11 times. Just 2 of those 11 service games, he hasn't faced a break point.
That is an extraordinary statistic. Because Alex has had a number of games where he's been absolutely dominant in serving, one at love.
And that relentless pressures. I talked about the damn wall. The second set just can't continue to repel when that many opportunities are given up on your own serve.
Alex appeared to fake to his left, suckered him into going down the line, got there in too much time, and then missed a relatively easy volley. No problem, 40-15.
Comfortable again. To the 3-love lead. And up 2 sets to love. He's in command, the Demon.
Really looks like Alex is running away with the match now, having won the second set tiebreaker. It's 7-love, and then 6-2 and 3-1. Some of the break points in the first set. The first set could have just as easily been 6-1 or 6-2. You've got to also give credit to Benjamin, because he has played some really good tennis. This means that Alex has just blown the break points. He just hasn't won them. And something in tennis, you can only play as well as your opponent lets you. It has been, for the most part, a really entertaining match.
Time. Please find a seat quickly, thank you.
So after resisting for the better part of an hour and 45 minutes, Benjamin Bonzi just starting to wilt under the ferocious pressure of Alex de Minaur. Once again, it's the focus on this serve. Talked about the unforced errors count that's growing as well. Good job of maintaining that in the first set.
There's the forehand of Benjamin's breaking down that one. Nearly a whiff. He just caught it on the bottom edge of the frame of the racket.
Love 13.
Really has lost confidence in that forehand wing.
Sebastian Grosjean there, the Danish captain for France. And the French players get a lot of assistance from their federation. President now of the French Tennis Federation, former great player for France.
50-13.
Well, just dropped in. Wasn't off the centre of the racket. Swinging serve. Dino was so good on the stretch. The break point. Crowds rise for Alex de Minaur, commanding position now. Had a little luck, but the defensive lob was superb. Crowd reacting to a shot of the second serve positioning there. 3 millimetres.
That's yours.
Dimonor into the net. He's so fast. And again, able to produce the shot that finishes the point by stretching his opponent.
Well, as you'll see in this point, he is so quick when he chases these drop shots, these very short balls. He gets there in time to actually make a shot in comfort. He's not stretching, having a hernia trying to get to the ball. He's there, he's balanced, and able to make his best shot. Confidence is rising with virtually every game now. Eyes right on the ball at the point of impact. Winner straight down the line. Point for 5 love.
So inside of the finish line now for Alex Dimonor, 5 love, third set. So just over the 2-hour mark now for Alex Dimonor. And after that first set, stretched to 66 minutes. Thought we might be in for a long one, trading breaks of serve. Since the tiebreaker, which he won 7 points to love, it's been one-way traffic.
Alex has been absolutely flawless since the tiebreaker, winning the tiebreaker at 7 love. Going into that tiebreaker, winning the serve to love, and then the first game of the second set to love. Great run. So some of the new sports that are associated with tennis: paddle, racket and ball sport. And elsewhere on the site, pickleball and table tennis. It's a great concept to co-locate all those activities under one roof. I'm looking for the squash court. David, have you seen the squash courts? No.
Haven't found one. I'll let you know.
Next year.
Yep.
Thank
so
you.
Alex Dimonor here has been superb, and for Bonzi, serving, holding serve, not giving up break points has been the primary issue. So he's got to come up with something here, big time.
Beautiful volley.
50.
Gorgeous technique.
Vertila.
Now.
40 love. Game Bonzi.
Well, somewhat ironic if that's the last service game from Benjamin Bonzi that he holds to love. Gets on the board here in the third set.
David, is that correct? It's only his third game on serve that he hasn't faced a break point.
So, yeah. 3 from 13. 13 service games, just 3. Where he hasn't had to face a break point, and now De Minaur serving for the match.
Thank you. Please. Thank you. 15 love.
Oh, outside edge. 99% out, 100% in. Aces flowing from his racket. That one off the second serve. Beautifully placed. Short of the service line, giving him that width.
Well, in the end, it was a De Minaur demolition. From the tiebreaker, which he won to love, to the end, it was most impressive. And for the second year in a row, Alex De Minaur is through to the 4th round of his home Grand Slam.
Standing ovation for their favourite player here, Rod Laver, Melbourne Park. And quite deserving after some hesitant moments early in the first set and any number of break points slipping by. Really went into overdrive. And a magnificent tiebreaker in the last 2 sets. Flawless tennis.
So Benjamin Bonzi. It's his best ever Grand Slam performance. He'll have a new career high ranking at the completion of the tournament. So he'll need to work on that serve for the rest of the year if he wants to get further inside the top 50. I think when he looks back, the overall scoreline, the time on court, all big ticks for Alex De Minaur. It could have been a lot swifter, no doubt about that, in that opening set. Once he got to the tiebreak, though, one-way traffic, and we can join Alex De Minaur with Alicia Mollett courtside.
Well, Alex, congratulations. What an effort. First of all, breaking your opponent immediately, both sets, or every single set. You've been returning phenomenally well. What about your performance today?
I'm very happy, I can't lie. Look, honestly, as a kid, this is what you train for, to be playing on this court in front of you guys in the biggest stages of the world, and it just... Every time I get out here, I've got to pinch myself, and, you know, I just enjoy what I do every day, and I'm just happy. So thank you guys so much for making it so special.
And talk about playing at home. This is your backyard, your good mate since juniors as well. Alexi in the 3rd round. Men's tennis is going pretty well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I hope everyone that was on this court right now is going to go and support Alexi Popyrin. You know what I mean? Let's go. That's what we do. Us Aussies, we stick together. We've got a bright future ahead, and let's get Pop over the line today. So let's go.
Alex, I loved your fighting spirit here today. It looked like you only really had to shift up to third or fourth gear. What's it now going to take you to get yourself through another round? I'm not sure if you've had a look at the draw yet. And a tough decision for you tonight, by the way. Watching your good mate, or there'll be another match up here on Rod Laver that you might just cast your eye over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to have my popcorn ready. It's going to be a hell of a match. Both Novak and Grigor are hell of competitors and hell of a tennis player. So I'm going to be enjoying that. I'm going to be switching between channels for sure. And yeah, I'm just excited. Another chance to go out here, play against the best in the world, and you know, show what I'm made of.
Well, Alex, congratulations. We all love you. Get this thing done. We're right behind you, and good luck for the rest of the AO. Well done.
I love the opening comment. I'm not going to lie. I'm very happy. And why wouldn't you be? Living the dream, really, when 23 years of age and you're able to come out here on a Saturday afternoon. You're not playing at your local courts in the club competition. You're playing in a Grand Slam. You're through to the fourth round.
Novak Djokovic. They will be practicing here this afternoon.
Don't worry, be happy. That's the mantra for Alex de Minaur in 2023. Well, it'll be a different task in the next round. But for this round, you have to be satisfied with the end result.
Absolutely. I think he'd be absolutely stoked with the result, with his form. No damage done at all. He hasn't had to endure 4 or 5 hours or 6 hours like Andy Murray and finishing at 4 in the morning. He's finished early in the afternoon. 3 pretty comfortable sets and a lot of confidence building, because at the end of the match, the last 2 sets, he really played flawless tennis.
So the 2 Frenchmen that are left have gone out. Popperin still to come for the bottom half of this section, and Dimitrov or Djokovic away. Well, Alex de Minaur went out in the 4th round last year to Yannick Sinner. He's there again. He's got a chance, and with the injury cloud over Djokovic, Dimitrov's been in pretty good form. That's going to be really interesting tonight. That's what comes next. But for now, Alex de Minaur, just over 2 hours in the straight sets win. It was impressive by the Australian. 7-6, 6-2, 6-1.
Ja, genau. Das ist kein Lifestyle.
a esta. La de David no se puede jugar. Se rompe la mano. As a
Well, good evening and welcome to Super Saturday. And what a match we have in store for you. The first of the evening fare on Rod Laver Arena. Grigor Dimitrov looking to take down the man that is a niner here at the Australian Open. Looking for La Decima. He's got to get through the Bulgarian. My name is Rob Koenig, delighted to have Jeff Masters alongside me. Of course, a former champion on the doubles court here back in '74 was Jeff, and he's also won in Wimbledon. So he's a man who knows the big moments. Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Rob. Yeah, this does feel like a big moment, doesn't it? The two players that their pedigree speaks for themselves, and certainly one of them, the pedigree perhaps has never been, we've never seen anything like it.
Of course, the big question, that strapping on the left leg, how much is that hamstring going to be bothering him? Certainly looked like it was somewhat troublesome in his previous match against Enzo Quacco of France. This guy's cruised through the draw so far. And of course, you were reminding me that he's been impeccable on serve.
Yes, yet to drop serve as Grigor. Novak likewise, so they've been getting through their work rather comfortably.
And there's always those tense moments before you walk out into center stage. Conditions are absolutely perfect. There's a legion of fans have been here all week. And as far as Djokovic is concerned, despite everything that happened last year, he's spoken about how happy it is to come back to his most successful major. He loves it here. The Bulgarian fans, they'll be in full voice. Good news for them as Grigor's been here for a while, hasn't he?
He has been here for a while. He also likes playing here. Of course, he began in the United Cup. One win, one loss in the United Cup, but he's been down in Australia from the beginning of January, so totally acclimatized and he's had plenty of time on court. And, as I said, he's been getting through his work quite well.
And he's a guy who comes with a lot of experience, Jeff. It's his 48th consecutive major. In fact, of all the guys that are currently playing, it's the longest streak of majors. So he knows what to expect. These two know each other very well. They practice a lot together in Monte Carlo. And it's the most successful major as well for Dimitrov. If you're looking for a silver lining in this matchup, he's won almost twice as many matches here versus the other majors. One of the great walks in tennis, 1969, when Rocket won, the man after who the stadium is named. Ken Rosewall, the coin is commemorated to him this year. Mark Edmondson, another Aussie who was a champion here. The first time Novak prevailed against Joe Wilfried Tsonga. He owns this Rod Laver Arena. Can Dimitrov be the party spoiler this evening?
It's men's singles, third round action on Rod Laver Arena. Please welcome, from Bulgaria, Grigor Dimitrov. And their opponent, Australian Open 4th seed, Novak Djokovic.
...2008, 2011, 12, 13, 2015, 16, 19, 20, and 21. He has been a champion here at the Australian Open. And of course, Jeff, if he does get through, the winner of this one will take on Demon.
Yes, he will, and it's interesting because in all the years he's been playing here, Novak, he's only ever played one Australian, and that's Leighton Hewitt, which is hard to believe, as you mentioned, all the titles he's won here, the number of matches he's played. So it's quite a phenomenal statistic. But Demon in good form today, the better of Bonzi very comfortably. So match of Demon's immediate future against one of these men, and he'll no doubt be paying full attention to how they perform, and particularly the mobility and physical well-being of Djokovic.
This is Ava. All good? All right, so guys, all the towels. You have red towels, Novak, so you take the red towel box. You have the blue one, so you take the blue one. Any questions? Yeah, we'll get some, yeah. Okay. Ava, you want to ask Novak to call? Heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Remember, like we practiced. Rigo, serve, stay, and picture this way, please. Yeah, yeah. Ava, don't go away.
Oh, that'll be a nice photo for the mantelpiece, Ava. Oh, how's that smile?
It's beautiful, isn't it?
$1 million smile right there. And of course, the coin that Ava used to make the toss this evening, it's a tribute to Muscles, of course, who you know so well. Of course, 70 years ago, that legend won the Australian title at just 18 years young. And of course, won his last title, Jeff, back in 72 at 36. Over 3 decades, he was the man, wasn't he?
And he's still very healthy and well. He lives on Queensland's Gold Coast. I catch up with him quite regularly, and he can tell you about every match he played and won, and some of those that he lost, and he takes a keen interest in the sport as well.
Big shout out to you this evening, Muscles. We wish you well, mate. So the man from Bulgaria, he has had a very good career. Jeff, I'm going to come out with the question straight off the back. Has he maximized his potential, do you think?
That's, if you've got an easier question, because it's always hard to determine if that's the case. He's been very gifted. We've known that from the beginning. He was nicknamed Baby Fed all the way back there. His technique is terrific. His dad's a coach. Look, it's hard to know, isn't it? I mean, he's been a very fine player, Grand Slam semi-finalist on many occasions. Has he maximized? Well, I suppose the future alone will determine that.
Well, this guy has been one of the ultimate maximizers. He takes care of every single detail, and I'm sure off the back of his last match against Enzo Quacco, he would have done everything to try and help that left hamstring to recover. Of course, I've got Jeff alongside me. Mark Philippoussis is courtside. Probably a good time to check in with the great man himself, twice a finalist at major level. Good vibe down there, Mark. And how do you see this one shaking out, my friend?
Royce, it's a beautiful night here at the Rod Laver Arena. It's not too much wind. Just the energy out here. It's just very exciting. I feel like we're in for something special tonight.
Head-to-head, as we discussed, Djokovic leads that 9-1. But when we dig a little deeper on a hard court, it's 6-zip in favor of Novak.
Yeah, you feel that Grigor is going to need to play way out of his comfort zone here this evening to have any chance. He's going to need to play with a lot of risk, I think. He's going to need to be creative. If he plays waiting for Novak to go off the boil, well, nothing's going to work. So let's see how creative that the Bulgarian can be.
There's the camp, Danny Valverde, front right, of course, sharing the coaching responsibilities with Jamie Delgado. They're probably each to about 15 weeks. He's been with a lot of good players, says Danny. He was with Stan Wawrinka for a while. Andy Murray for a number of years. Goran Ivanisevic, long-time coach now. Of course, shared those responsibilities with Murray and Vida up until last year. That's all the pressure now firmly on his shoulders. The whole Djokovic family here.
1 minute.
So many battles within this overall war, Jeff. The serve of Dimitrov, you mentioned how well he is serving, but you know, when he's come up against Djokovic, that second serve in particular has been found wanting. What do you tell your player if you're coaching them?
30 seconds.
Well, his second serve, as you quite rightly mentioned, has been an issue for him. He got to a situation where the toss was way too far behind him. He was not getting any forward momentum, and the second serve was very poor, including lots of double faults. So he's going to need a high percentage of first serves here, and he's going to need to be really aggressive with his second serve as well. As we have a look at the conditions, Rob, just confirmation of what we heard from Mark down courtside as well. It's just a beautiful evening, 21 degrees Celsius, and just a very, very slight breeze going. The sun's still shining, and some exquisite conditions. But yes, Dimitrov is going to need to take some real risks on that second serve for me.
Melbourne has rolled out the red carpet on Super Saturday. Everybody wants a view of this one. It's the best that Bulgaria has to offer versus the all-time best down under. Djokovic versus Dimitrov for the right to take on de Minaur in the next round. Can't wait for this one to get underway. Jeff Masters alongside me, Rob Koenig, with Mark Philippoussis up close and personal courtside. Played 14 sets on hard courts. Dimitrov has only ever won 2. And unfortunately for him, haven't been consecutive sets.
Food.
And they haven't been in the same match either, so that's the task that is in front of him. How's that ball striking mark early on?
Novak just looks so well balanced on the back. I'm just watching his legs, the way they move, how balanced he is. And that backhand down the line, man, I mean, he's dialed in.
Remember, Dimitrov hasn't been broken this tournament so far. He's facing 2 break points here. Well, Jeff, that puts an end to that.
Does indeed. It's an ominous beginning, isn't it? Novak, whenever he gets his racket on ball, he manages to not only make the return, but inevitably he makes it back with depth, which is just the extraordinary thing about it, no matter how widely he's pushed. As we look at the Dimitrov serve, landing just inside the baseline, and he's had an issue with that second serve where he was almost falling backwards initially. It wasn't working out particularly well. As we have a look at the win predictor, and unsurprisingly, very much heavily weighted in Djokovic's favour. But for me, Dimitrov, if he's to have any chance, there's no point slugging it out from the back of the court with Novak. He needs to hit some slice, he needs to hit some short slice, he needs to hit some short angle forehands. He needs to test out the leg of his opponent for a start. So that was not a beginning from Dimitrov that would give his supporters a great deal of confidence. People don't speak positively, or they don't give kudos to the Djokovic serve, because it doesn't boom down with lots of aces, but its accuracy is spot on so often. If you look at the leaderboard as far as it leads with all the serving metrics, Novak's right up there. In fact, he's 6th best on tour on all serving metrics. That is first serves in, percentage of points won on first serve, defending break points. So it's a very, very good serve.
Food.
That's such a good point you make, Jeff. I just fine-tuned those numbers for last year alone, and I had a look at just on hard courts. Djokovic's service games won compared to everybody else, second only to Taylor Fritz. And you've got to remember, he didn't play here, didn't play any tournaments in North America either. You can only imagine those numbers would have improved given his prowess on this particular surface. Tsitsipas actually coming in third.
That's the favorite backhand of Dimitrov. Likes that line backhand. Plenty of those.
And Mark and I were discussing this at the United Cup. He's actually got the fastest backhand on tour last year as Grigor. Only just, but still, it's not a person that sprung to my mind. Oh, they live and breathe every shot of his. The Nole family, as they call themselves.
Short slice there from Dimitrov. Not successful on that occasion, but I think that's the shot he needs to consider and use, but he needs to be in a better court position. He was too deep behind the baseline. If he can get inside the baseline, use that shot from time to time.
So he does hold eventually and cements the break. And of course, it's always important to look at these converts the early breaks. And what that means is that if Djokovic breaks within the first 4 games, he goes on to win that set 95% of the time. The average for the field is 78 here. Different gravy. The very best are such good front runners. Mark, give us an idea of what it's like when you're playing against the greats of the game and you get broken early. What does it feel like?
I'll tell you why it doesn't feel good, but because you know how important it is to get a good start. You don't want to give them momentum, and right now that's exactly what Novak has, and that's momentum. I mean, you spoke about the serve, and there's something that's very serve. So we spoke about the serve when his first serve, how not many people talk about that much because everything else is so good. But I still believe an area that you need to try and take advantage of at some stages is the Novak second serve. And I feel like Dimitrov needs to maybe step in or step back and have a hit at it. But right now, it doesn't look rushed at all. Novak on the baseline in these little points.
Out.
30-15.
Importance of the first serve. They played last time in Bercy. Gave him a shot, even though he didn't win a set. First set was a tie break.
Fold.
We haven't played Jeff since 2019, which again is it's quite unusual that it's been that long, given that they're both at the upper echelons of the game. Of course, last year wasn't a great one for Dimitrov. I thought he was just coasting. A chance to make the finals of Monte Carlo. I thought gilt-edged opportunity, did well in the early rounds. The likes of Casper Ruud, before eventually losing in the semis to Alejandro Davidovich for Kina to make that final.
Fold.
Djokovic owning the court, isn't he? Owning the baseline. He's pushing his opponent back and he looks on song, striking with some genuine pace.
Watched him warm up that shot in particular on this court about an hour or so ago with his hitting partner. Specifically that backhand down the line.
Out.
So Dimitrov has got a meaningful digit alongside his name in this third round contest. It's 2-1 first set.
It wasn't a good year, was it, for Grigor in a sense? The Monte Carlo result was just about his best result. The Grand Slam performances were ordinary. Second round of the US Open, lost to Nakashima. Wimbledon first round, Steve Johnson. The third round of the French, to Schwartzman, and then the Australian Open last year. Second round to Benoit Paire. So it's been some lean pickings. Grigor for a little while.
Time. Move along quickly, please.
And after performing below par, I think it's fair to say, for Dimitrov, I'll be expecting to up the ante in 2023. There's Danny Belvedere's coach just passing on some information. It's already been a good start to the year for him.
Find your places quickly, please. Thank you.
Third round of a major here in the mix. Aslan Karatsev first round, Laszlo Djere in the second to set up this match with Novak.
How to turn defense into offense. High defensive lob. Got Dimitrov back into the point. And then a wonderful short cross-court forehand, finishing the job. He's punishing anything short, isn't he, Novak, already? He's very confident.
15.
And how hard are you got to work to win a point?
Yeah. He's dictating already. Novak holding his baseline position and his opponent doing all the work.
Out.
So far, so good, I think, as far as the movement is concerned. Mark?
Yeah, Robbie, I didn't see any kind of issues as far as movement or balance, or I mean, he looks very much in control, nice and relaxed. Also, a big part of his too is landing. When he lands his serve, it lands on that leg, on that side, and he's recovering nicely, pushing off well.
3-1 lead. It's interesting when we watch him play. Of course, so many of the modern day players, the way they develop, it's all about the serve plus the forehand. You have a look at his numbers compared to a lot of the others, Jeff, and he's not that forehand dominant. And again, it speaks volumes for the way his game is so balanced of both wings.
Love 15.
Novak's been determined from very early on to be sound in every aspect of the game. I remember going back several years ago, he had Todd Martin traveling with him, trying to help him with his serve, etc., because he wasn't happy with it. So he's just steadily developed every aspect to the nth degree.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. The third shot for Dimitrov. He wants to get that serve and forehand into play ASAP. Hunting the third shot forehand so far. Out of the first serve. He's been successful. Getting onto it every time. was delicious from Dimitrov.
As was the approach shot off that very low ball. He hits a flick top spin, but with great depth. And that's exquisite. That was the only way he was going to win the point.
A little bit of balletic beauty.
Fault.
It's out. The net has intervened and it's wide.
Guys, in the last point when Dimitrov hit that beautiful backhand smash angle, as Novak was running up to it, he actually pulled up short very quickly. And I mean, we've been seeing him move side to side nicely, but I wonder if that moving forward is going to be an issue. But he pulled up actually for that one very quickly.
Okay.
Just never get a free point from Novak on the return. It's just extraordinary.
Yeah, and of those 6 matches, Jeff, that they played on a hard court, on 4 occasions, the second serve points won for Dimitrov was 38% and lower. So much pressure when he's down to that second delivery.
Advantage Dimitrov.
Winning 3 of 10 second serves so far in this set.
Out.
Game. Dimitrov.
A good hold in the end. A missed return is a welcome reprieve. 3-2 though, with a break, Djokovic. So this was the point where we saw some good skills from the Bulgarian Jeff. Just keep an eye on Djokovic after the high backhand volley. Points mixed up. I thought we were getting this guy's high backhand volley. He didn't middle it, did he? It's come off the frame.
It has. Time.
Yeah, don't argue with Hawkeye. They've got it covered. There's nothing quite like live sports. In my view, it is the best form of reality TV because there are no scripts here. He's already written himself into the record books as Djokovic at this particular event.
The players, please.
9 times a champion in Melbourne.
Just don't see Grigor winning many of those sorts of rallies. For me, he's got to change up the pace, some high slow balls, some short angles when he gets an opportunity, and even on the backhand side, some short slice. Bring Novak forward a little bit more. Mark mentioned before he might be just a little bit uncomfortable with that leg issue coming forward.
30.
Going toe-to-toe from the back of the court. Well, nobody's better at that than Novak. Well, we've seen a few around the net post of this summer. And that was a perfect opportunity. Pushed wide. No obstructions. Of course, you just need to go over or around the net if you can. It's all legal.
Let's.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 2.
200-kilometre-an-hour second serve. His second serve is almost as much of a weapon. And he's confident. Take Mark's point earlier that you've still got to look at finding ways of taking somebody out of their comfort zone on a second serve, and you do that by changing things up.
Love 15.
Fold.
Out.
For me, it's always a barometer of how well Dimitrov is hitting the backhand. If he's hitting that one down the line well, he's feeling good about his game. Margaret Court Arena, just alongside Rod Laver Arena.
30-15.
Just going back to the match that they played in Bercy, where it was a relatively tight affair, 7-6, 6-4 to Djokovic. Won 80% of the points behind his first serve.
Fault.
Highly effective. Good news is he's at that number today, but second serve is what's letting him down so far. He's only won 4 out of 13. So lowly 31%. In Paris, he was in the mid-60s in that department.
It's quick. 2:16.
Fastest of the match for him. Immaculate length. That's the Bulgarian beauty of a forehand.
New balls, please.
4-3. Still with a break. Here's Djokovic. Got together with Grigor at the tail end of the season. So working with Stan. September, October last year. I don't remember the exact date, but it was right around that time. They parted ways, Stan and Danny. Of course, coached the likes of Karolina Pliskova as well for a while. This was the round the net shot. Well, it's one of the greats, if not the greatest sporting precinct here. 3 retractable roofs at Melbourne Park. You've got the MCG just across the way, Amy Stadium, with the AFL ground all within a stone's throw of one another.
Please. Thank you. The players are ready.
And the proximity to the CBD just makes the logistics so nice, doesn't it, Jeff?
It does indeed. For players and spectators as well, and that's a challenge, isn't it? Goodness me, you need to be committed. I hope he's not. I hope he's sitting behind the court.
Yes, exactly what I was thinking.
He's won the point, but Mark, do you think that Grigor needs to be just changing his return of serve position, particularly on the second serve, just to change it up, look authoritative, do something authoritative? He's not looking to attack or do anything different.
Jeff, you're right now is against the wind. Which means he can hit out, which he just did that last point nicely, but But right now, he hasn't changed anything at all since the first point. He's standing in the same spot he has. since he's returning, and definitely something has to change. Like you said, whether he wants to stay back a little bit and try and run around, hit a heavy forehand, or step up and come into the second serve on the return. But definitely he's got to try and mix it up with Novak, that's for sure. Because Novak right now, like I said, it's just not very rushed. He's looking very comfortable from the back.
I don't know about you, Jeff, but I always have a gut feel once a match has gotten underway, and I just feel like it's Groundhog Day for Dimitri. Each and every point, you know, if you're a Djokovic fan, you're feeling no stress whatsoever. Yeah, he might lose a point here or there, but you just wonder where the inroads are going to be made.
Well, he's obviously aware of his record, and you need to come out with a different plan. Otherwise, you're going to get a similar result. It's just that simple. And so far, you used the term Groundhog Day, and that seems exactly how it's panning out. For me, there's no risk taking. You know, if he's going to beat someone of Djokovic's caliber, record, and their career head-to-head, he has to take some risks. He has to be creative, and to me, it's just playing the way he's always played, and it's hard to see him getting a different result.
The most dangerous pattern to play in my books, coming inside and approaching with a forehand, Jeff.
Big price.
Yep. You leave yourself exposed. That's never good.
Being exposed is never good. You're quite right, Robbie.
Yep. What about a certain volley?
Absolutely.
We haven't had one.
No, anything.
Robbie, I was just about to say that. I mean, he's got beautiful technique on his volleys and volleys well. I'm surprised he hasn't thrown one in.
Sergio.
Fault.
Out. 13-14.
.42 minutes for this opening set. Djokovic has got a chance to put it on ice.
No. That's the favourite, but it's a bit of desperation, isn't it?
Yes.
But this is what we do want to see a bit more of, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He knows a quality backhand when he sees it.
Advantage Dimitri.
Fault.
I thought the backhand slice looked really good in his opening match at the United Cup against Tsitsipas. That one went the distance, 7-6 in the third. He had some brilliant backhand slices there, but he's had a couple of poor ones in this opening set. That being one of them.
Fault.
Advantage, Djokovic.
At least he's trying to be really proactive there. Take it on the rise, take it early. Take time away from Novak. Message from Goran to Novak. Set point number 2.
Fault.
Guys, I was just about to say on that last juice when he hit that first serve out wide that he missed. Djokovic pulled up again. I'm not, you know, you got to push off with your left to hit that forehand, and I'm not sure what's happening right now, but interesting.
You can see all the weight landing on that left leg with a crossover step. One of the reasons this opening set has taken 47 minutes is not because Novak's been struggling on serve. It's been because Dimitrov has. That was the 37th point he's played on his serve. Novak just 22.
A little bit of hesitancy there, certainly from Novak in the movement to the forehand corner. This was a good shot, but in most circumstances, Novak would have slid out there and defended. It could be interesting.
finding the line again with that serve down the middle. And staying alive in this opening set. Djokovic will come out and serve for it. So, plenty of communication between Danny and Grigor. Of course, coaching is allowed now to feed the information. Can't have long conversations. A fair bit of communication Dimitrov and Valverde. Just within the coaching box, there's a small monitor with lots of stats on it. If the coach wants to look them up and wants to feed that information to their charge. Djokovic had a couple of set points already. Now he's trying to serve for it.
Based on what we saw of the movement of Djokovic the last game, I think if Dimitrov would be looking to go wide into the forehand corner of Djokovic if the opportunity presents. A little bit more variety coming from Dimitrov at the moment. The short slice backhand and then the deep forehand. And again, Novak seemingly not that keen on tracking this ball down.
So looking for a little certain volley there, Jeff.
Maybe shorten up the point a little bit. But again, as ever, he's very astute at knowing when's a good time to mix it up, change things, surprise the opponent. Serve and volley occasionally on a second serve when someone least expects it.
He knows Dimitrov likes to chip the return. Serve and volley, you take away that option.
Didn't commit to the shot, just steered it.
Coach clearly not happy with that execution, especially given the importance of that point.
the slice of Dimitrov is paying some dividends, because it means that Novak has to get low, slice the ball back, and that's giving Dimitrov time to step around and use his forehand. And he's having some success.
After having 3 set points in the previous game on the Dimitrov serve, he's now facing a break point to draw things up at 5 apiece. How quickly the tide can turn.
Yep. I was watching the clock, it certainly ticked over.
Well, I didn't see that coming, gentlemen. And it just goes to show the importance of Dimitrov hanging on to his serve in that previous game. The first time Novak has been broken all week.
Thank you.
What a time to do it for Grigor.
Yeah. 15 love.
That was an adrenaline-fueled first serve. Fastest of the match so far for either player. Dimitrov turns this opening set on its head, 6-5.
No, great job. Really well done. You help me out. I should help you out. Good. Yeah. First time in the entire set. Great point, you give me time violation. Just when I was about to go off the ball. Well done.
Of course, John Blom's got to be fair to both players, right? If their clock hits 0.
Yeah, he was definitely transgressed there, Novak. That was the reality.
So a little chat on the change of ends between Novak and chair umpire John Blom. Novak not happy about receiving time violation warning. Facing break point. Well, Mark is definitely 20% off the boil from where he was.
Oh, it's amazing how quickly things have changed from having 2 set points at 5-3 with body language. Even now, Dimitrov, he's got that extra pep in his step, is moving, his serve looks stronger. Djokovic now is serving volleying, which we don't see that unless there's something going on. And he's just pulling up after, after that shot, he's pulled up again. It's this is very interesting times, guys. Especially this set, I think, is going to be incredibly vital.
Wow. Dimitrov 2 points away from winning this opener. What's your gut feel say? Does Djokovic hold from here?
I think he's struggling. We've seen him in this position before where he's uncertain, I think, as to what the state of that well-discussed thigh is. I think he's a little uncertain at the moment as to how strong it is. I think he's made a lot of unforced errors in the last 2 games. Hasn't tracked down some wide balls as he normally would. And a lot of unforced errors have come from Novak's racket, and if you're uncertain as to your mobility, that happens.
So after being set point down, Dimitrov is now set point up. Got him there again. Surely you've got to take it away. You know Novak gets his favorite serve. Often see him hit the aggressive second serve there in big moments. Once again, Novak pulling up after that running forehand. Both players now with a few set points each that have come and gone.
Advantage Djokovic.
Looking for an out call was Dimitrov. Mid-rally. Just clipped the back of the line.
He's got him there again. Can you believe it? 3 aces in that game, placed with absolute precision. Set points have come and gone. Tie-break time. And the last encounter, opening set, was also tie-break. That went the way of Novak. Dimitrov will be hoping for a different outcome this time round. Dimitrov. 8-0 to be precise.
I understand the frustration of Dimitrov wanting to try and open up Djokovic, but he's got to go to the back end in order to open up that forehand side, I think, right now, instead of sticking that cross-court rally. Jeff, I don't understand for the life of me how he brings the net into play there.
Well, if you look at the tie-break records, Max is exemplary, 296, 160 lost. Grigor's 156 to 148, so almost parity for Grigor, and Novak way in positive. And that tie-break record for me is unsurprising because he just gives you so few free points at any stage, and certainly in a tie-break, that's the maxim. Give no free points away.
And again, I can't help but refer to the tie-break he played, the deciding set tiebreaker. Dimitrov played against Tsitsipas. It was a similar sort of scenario. Too many free points. Just gifted to Steph.
that's the one, boys. I know it's easier said than done, but if you can somehow open up Novak on his backhand side, that was a fantastic return. Then you could kind of have that room to go into the forehand side.
Yeah, I guess, Mark, it's one of those situations where you know the formula, but executing it is always the tough part, Rob.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just Novak is so well balanced. I mean, it must be so tough, because if you're thinking maybe this guy could be a little bit injured, there's something going on there, but how can I get this guy off balance? Because he's just so, like I said, moving around still so well and incredibly solid. So let's see what happens.
Vote.
Superb strike.
5-3 Djokovic.
It's not coming back.
Good stuff from Dimitrov again. The return of serve. He got back into play, made the Bulgarian play another shot, and then a difficult lob. Dimitrov equal to the task, but he's just got to earn everything. Novak giving no free points as yet. And there's one that was quite a miss.
5-all.
Real roller coaster of an opening set. So much going on. Don't know what to think. One thing that has been steadfast and reliable is the first serve of Novak. Dimitrov not able to get a racket on the ball for a fifth time. Set point number 4 now. Well measured, no panic. Took the net out of play on that occasion. The sun is setting. Melbourne is it setting on the opening set for one of these guys. It's going to be massive in this contest. Always a barometer of who goes on to win in matches the first set. Dimitrov has given himself another chance to go a set to the good.
7-6, Dimitrov.
Serving exceptionally well when it's mattered most.
Right back at you. Suddenly, both players elevating the level of their play. The backhand is unbreakable.
8-7, Djokovic.
A wicked slice mid-rally from Djokovic that had some side spin on it as well.
Showed us a bit of everything, didn't he, Jeff, with that backhand?
As you said, it's unbreakable, Robbie.
The variety with the slice. It's a shot that's improved over the years immensely for him. Set point number 5 for Novak. Big-time play on the biggest point of the opening set. He is down, but hopefully he is not out. 77 minutes. Djokovic wraps it up 7 games to 6.
Game for set, Djokovic, 7 games to 6.
Extraordinary set, wasn't it? We saw absolutely everything. Have a look at the summary. Goodness me. First set percentages of Djokovic a little low. Look at the winners, 22 winners, 22 unforced errors. It was he, Djokovic, who was trying to do a little bit more, particularly in those last few games. Unforced errors from Novak, still miserly, only 10 break points, one of 4 from Djokovic. She'll be disappointed with that. 51 points in total going the way to 40 to Djokovic. That of his opponents, which were considerably less as we look at these highlights.
Yeah, that's the bird's eye view of that final point, Jeff. Look how they use the dimensions of the court. The pass was well read. As the weight goes on that left leg. Just a soft roll to cushion the blow. And, we definitely saw signs of Novak not moving at even close to his best. Mum and Dad are delighted. Uncle is concerned. Back left of your screen there. Serbian fans are happy, but I'm not sure Novak is.
Trainers out there.
Can just draw on that bank of experience in big moments. It's invaluable, isn't it, Jeff? There's no panic there on the approach. Anticipated the pass beautifully, and the execution was a mere formality for him.
It's why, as we mentioned, his tie-break record is so supreme. It speaks volumes of his technique under pressure. If there's any flaws in a player's technique, they'll be shown under stress.
Of course, this irritation came in Adelaide in his match against Daniil Medvedev, 5-2 in the opening set of their encounter there. And it was quite innocuous. It wasn't like it was a major fall or a major extension of that hamstring.
No, he immediately went to the back fence and tried to stretch it out. And since that moment, it's been problematic. And look, you know, let's be honest, Novak has had a few issues where we've wondered if he was, or how badly he was hurt, and we're not denying that he's had some legitimate issues, and only he knows how severe this is. But if it's in any way compromising him, it's hard to see that he's going to be able to go the distance at a level that we would expect from him, and a level that he will need to win.
And when you say need to win, are you talking about just this match or the whole tournament?
No, I think just this match. I mean, you know, he rolled there at the end of that volley as if it was really uncomfortable. And if that's the case, it's not going to get better. It's just going to deteriorate.
While Grigor Dimitrov went to the stairs, guys, in a change of ends, and he was doing jumps up the stairs with one leg, up the staircase for the left leg and the right leg, just to stay warm during that timeout for Djokovic, injury timeout.
Let's see what set number 2 holds for us. Mark, a hypothetical question here, just because of what is going on. It's a best case scenario for Novak. He can only play it at 80%. The leg is not going to get worse. How far do you think he can go in this tournament, playing at 80%? Demon up next for him.
Man, I mean, an 80% Djokovic is pretty dangerous.
That's where I'm going with this, right?
It's pretty dangerous, right, guys? But then, you know, getting up against someone who maybe, you know, he's got that big first serve and a heavy forehand that maybe can start getting some cheaper points. Things like that might be a different story, you know? It could hurt him a little bit more. I mean, this match is very far from over, in my opinion. But like you said, Robbie, an 80% Djokovic is a pretty tough ask too.
Yeah, I mean, the winner takes on De Minaur here. Rune and Rublev in that section. Above them, that would be a potential quarter-final matchup. like a training drill.
Sort of psychological battle. Kept going to the backhand corner and expected that ultimately Grigor would move to the forehand corner. Ultimately, it was Grigor who balked and went to the forehand corner.
Now, Flip, we know Rune is a guy who can beat Djokovic even when Novak is 100% fit. We saw that at the tail end of the season, right? But I was doing his match earlier today, and he had a tumble. He had to have his ankle taped. His hip was hurting him. He had a major fall on the right side of his body. The hand was jarred a bit.
These boys are playing for that spot in the second week of the slam, right? That's what they say when the slams start, and it's that second week. But I tell you what, there'll definitely be some guys that are very interested in watching this match unfold and watching Djokovic very closely.
Really enjoyed that tee serve on the outside.
Can we show the correct one? Thank you. Right, they showed the wrong graphic. They're going to show the correct one now, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, that was the incorrect graphic that was shown. They're going to show the correct one now. Game Djokovic.
He's had a couple of those line-licking serves down the middle.
Very aggressive first game, wasn't it, from Djokovic, as if he wants to go quickly and hard, shorten the points. And he's capable of doing that. He's an excellent first game. It signs that he didn't want to get into long exchanges.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, he's missed it, but I like that option from Dimitrov. He's got a good slice backhand, and he can disguise that drop shot. It just makes Djokovic have to change directions quickly. Takes him a little off balance. Couple of drop shots and or attempted drop shots in the last couple of points of it. the appropriate stage. He's inside the baseline there. Changes the racket face quickly. He's got the skills to use that. He needs to be judicious with the decision making, but certainly it's a shot to use.
40-15.
Just ahead in the ace race now is Dimitrov, 7-6.
Now. Game Dimitrov. 1 game all.
What do they say, Jeff? A red sky at night is a shepherd's delight. Maybe it'll be Dimitrov delight. He would love nothing more than that. He's got plenty of work to do. He seems up for the battle. Given the way that Novak's moving, that's got to give him a lot of hope. There is 25 for Grigor, just 11 for Novak. Keep that number under control. It's always a fine balancing act, isn't it, Jeff? You've got to go for your shots, but can't miss too much.
No question that Dimitrov has to be the one taking the risks. Get the balance right, as you say. That's why I like that odd drop shot that he's been playing.
40-15.
Steady on serve. 2-1 second set. First set belongs to Novak.
Time.
It's pretty tough to put away on this court. Here's Djokovic.
Move along quickly, please. Thank
He's
you.
won 23 matches in a row at the Australian Open. It's also a 36-match win streak in Australia. Of course, the trivia question this evening is who was the last man to beat him? I'm hearing a lot of papers rusting there, Jeff.
I know. I should have it.
I think Mark knows the answer. He's saying, pick me, pick me. Mark, the last man to beat Djokovic in Australia was?
Oh my gosh, let me just get out Google for a second. I'll be back. What year, Robbie?
2018.
Vision. Very rarely makes an incorrect decision. The most room is a cross-court lob from that position and waited perfectly. Did well to get there and have a crack at it. Dimitrov didn't miss by a lot.
How good was the camera follow there? Big shout out to the boys down on 3 and 4. Best in the business.
15-13.
Guys, that's the one that I'd like to see more, that serve, and I'm surprised he hasn't served it, because that's the one that's really testing Novak, pushing out wide for that forehand return, and Dimitrov has such a beautiful slider out wide.
Nice. Second there, wild Robbie. Yes, it was Yun Chung in the round of 16 in 2018, and it's sad not to have him around still, isn't it? Because he was going so well at that time.
Wasn't he just?
Foot blisters, etc. that year. Subsequently, he's had back issues.
It's a good shot, that one. Right on the Insta. What a ball striker Chung was. Making the semi-finals, didn't he?
Korean in Adelaide a week and a half ago. He did rather well.
Yeah. Son Won Kwon winning the title. He's a lucky loser.
Second serve points won for Dimitrov, still under 50%, and that's where Novak just draws so much success from the ability to win second serve return points.
Advantage, Dimitrov.
Leaderboard. So return points won. He's number one of the top 20 returners. He wins 55.1% of all second serve return points. Got some nice curl on the last forehand. Did Djokovic, hitting on the right side of the ball, made the ball overspin and curl away from Dimitrov.
Fault.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Just keeps at you and at you with that return. The depth was spot on.
Yes. Advantage, Dimitrov.
Fault.
Those last 3 points just highlights what you were suggesting, Jeff. Get that first serve in. Can't get the ball back and play. That's about the only time you've got an edge against Djokovic.
He's hitting exceptionally well. He's winning 79% of points when the first serve goes in. Dimitrov.
Good as the length and width.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Looks to be moving more freely at the moment as well as Djokovic.
That's beautiful. That's Grigor in full flow. That's the level required.
Juice.
This is good, forceful play. Giving that Djokovic forehand a good working over. Keep Mom happy.
Well, he had a similar one earlier that was from this galaxy. For Robbie, this is from another galaxy. It was certainly, well, you called the last one balletic. That was beyond ballet. It was sensational.
I mean, his back is to Djokovic as he hits that shot. It's the toughest shot in the book just to get the ball in the court, let alone hit that kind of winner off of it. And perhaps fitting, given the previous point, that he closes the game out there, because I tell you what, in other sports, that would have really been worth a bonus point. That's what makes the sport so tough, Jeff. There's no bonus points. You can't run the clock down. I mean, who thought of the scoring format?
I think of that on a regular basis, even the dimensions of the court. Let's have a look at this again. It is superb. The choice of shot from Djokovic is spot on. As you said, this is the toughest shot in the book, and all you can do is say, well, if you can make that too good, and did he what?
Thank you.
I mean, you can bet your bottom dollar, Novak's already thinking, how am I finishing this point off with my backhand? Didn't even get to touch the ball.
That feel on that hard volley was not of the same caliber as the backhand smash, but not far from it. That was deftness of the highest order. This shot, the ball was almost behind him. It needed incredible feel, soft hands, geometric understanding. Of the slice backhand of Dimitrov.
15-13.
There's not many players on tour these days who have a very aggressive slice backhand, but this is a good one. Leans right into it. It's a positive stroke. The ball's staying very low, making it awkward for his opponent. Djokovic. Not so much just the execution, which was good, but the decision-making. It was a surprise. It was the last thing I think that Dimitrov was expecting.
Fold.
Djokovic leads 3 games to 2.
So 5 games into the second set, we're on serve. 3-2.
Well, I think the caliber of this second set has upped the caliber of the early stages of the first set. Seeing some engrossing shots, attack, defense, variety. Certainly seems to me that Djokovic's mobility is back to 100%.
Time.
On Super Saturday, Melbourne Park has been buzzing. Plenty of good tennis to be seen in and around the grounds. Highly entertaining stuff. Certainly been the case for this one so far.
Find your places swiftly, please. Players are ready.
Never had a win against Djokovic on a hard court, Dimitrov. The only one he had came in Madrid. The clay courts there. Mark, it's a discussion me and you have had a lot about. Guys with single-handed backhands. Just, I get the feeling with Grigor as well that he's a guy who could benefit from the slightly loopier backhand, work on height and depth to then set himself up for his forehand. But sometimes I get the feeling he hits his backhand so hard, the ball just comes back so quickly.
Couldn't agree more, Robbie. I mean, he's dialed in on that slice so beautifully, mixing up the play. And then when he steps in the backhand, like I said, the fastest single backhand on the tour, it's just so flat. I would love to see a little bit of arch on it. Definitely, which will give him more time to get in position for that forehand of his.
Yeah.
You're spot on.
Fold.
Grigor's got to be careful here because we've seen a few unforced series now off the forehand side the last couple of games, and he's got to start getting more arch on that forehand as well, especially because now the hip and the lower side of the hip, so he's got to get under it a little bit more.
For me again, it's a time and a place where I want to see some grit from Grigor. He's just copped out of that, going for a Hail Mary of a backhand. Slice or go cross court. Use your athleticism there to stay in the point. Unforced brings up a break point. There's only going to be one winner. Backhand to backhand exchange. And it's going to be the 9 times champion here.
Yeah, your point was spot on. Novak knows the score, he knows how to build pressure. He was just going to lock down on that break point there. He played the percentages. It wasn't negative, it was positive aggression, but with margin. High percentage, decision making, the highest order.
15 love.